Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Divinity Original Sin. Welcome back to the stream. Let me just quickly check. Should be, yeah, audio's alright. Now, on to figure out why the fuck Twitch's tags aren't not work properly. Oh boy, as always, that is something, you know what, I've dealt a little bit with. Let me tell you something. It took me, I think, about 45 minutes yesterday to try to add my stream schedule to my own calendar, or to subscribe to that calendar, right? I mean, you can, in calendar applications and whatnot, you can subscribe to certain calendars, right? For example, holidays, so that they appear. Well, you can do that to basically any Twitch stream as well, so that all the scheduled streams that somebody puts into a stream schedule on Twitch show up in your calendar. Now, for some reason, Twitch does not provide like a button or something where you can just do that, right? It would be it's because it's literally just a link, right? You enter a specific link into your calendar application and it just automatically pulls the data. You don't need any sort of login. You don't need anything. It's just this one link that you need. But in order to get the link, you need to find out what your broadcaster ID is, or anyone's broadcaster ID, if you really, if you want to add, I don't know, Cole Carnage's stream schedule to your calendar, for example, because you really like to watch him, right? Yeah, that's a thing, right? I mean, that's, and finding out the fucking broadcaster ID, that's a whole nother thing in and of itself. And the link as well, right? First of all, you need to find out what the fucking link is. So I had to go into the Twitch API and look it up there, and then Google a bit, because you also have to add like the specific syntax that you need in order to add the broadcaster ID behind the link that they're showing is not shown in the API, which is, it's dumb enough that you have to go into the API in order to do that, right? instead of them just providing a link to it. And then you also need to find out this broadcaster ID, which I had to Google for a while until I actually found a website that just converts any any Twitch username into their respective broadcaster ID. I have no idea why that's as complicated as it is, because Twitch could literally just add some sort of button next to the stream schedule that would just give you the link, right? That's something that would take them, I don't know, 5 seconds to develop and put onto their website, but nope. You have to Google for 40 minutes to find out how to actually do it. I don't know, I have no idea why that is as complicated as it is. And now the fucking tags don't work. What did they do there? Did they just... Why is that so complicated? Because for some reason, right, if I edit my stream info, it actually shows some sort of new explanation how tags work, even though I've used them for a long time. But it doesn't let me actually add some, because usually... Can I just do this? Why is that so weird? Usually they were shown... Like, they were previewed, right? If you enter tags on your edit stream info panel, they preview all the available tags if you start typing in a word, just with the category of the stream as well, with the game you're playing. For some reason that doesn't happen anymore. No idea why, though. Oh, it works on... That's so dumb. Oh, Twitch. Maybe I need to change my browser in order for it to work. Why? Okay, this should hopefully do it. I'm sorry about that. That's Twitch in a nutshell, I guess. I think it must be because of the browser I'm using for some reason. Anyways, let's not worry about Twitch anymore. Let's go into Divinity Original Sin. And it's an exciting time because last time I managed to, well, get through all of Sicil, more or less. So I dealt with Brachus Rex in the church, right? Well, first I dealt with that whole fiery area. There was like a big fire demon that was summoned in by someone. I didn't actually find a corresponding quest to that, so I'm not entirely sure what that guy was doing there. He definitely was connected to Brachus Rex. Someone summoned that thing in for some reason. I just don't really know why. It was still kind of fun to go through and deal with those creatures because, well, casting rain on them made that whole situation quite easy to deal with, to be honest. Beyond that, though, I then went on to the church and dealt with Brachus Rex, which was also slightly weird because he can cast the meteor skill or something like meteor. Well, it rains down meteors. And, well, he used that on my party and one-shot me, right? And he also has enough initiative so that he would go first. So he just one-shot me for some reason. And the only way to avoid that was basically that I sent one of my characters in first so that they would take the meteor. They barely survived and I could heal them up, right? That did work. However, when I did that, for some reason his AI bugged out, or at least didn't properly work. So Brachus Rex just went back in the room, right? Like, not all the way back to the wall, but further back so that I wasn't in range to attack him. But he also didn't do anything. So I could deal with his minions, which were the three creatures that I fought in and around Sicil, the demon from the lighthouse, the fire demon, and the pirate from the beach cave, right? He summoned those in to help him, basically. But I could deal with those three on their own, and Brachus Rex didn't actually do anything. He just stood at the back watching. And when I dealt with the three things, then he actually joined the battle because I guess, moved further into the room or something. There was definitely a lot of finicky stuff going on there. I don't entirely know why. Why are my tags still not showing up properly? Twitch, can you fix your shit? Why is that so complicated, really? Nope, just doesn't want to work. Well, now it seems to work. Oh, that's interesting. What is it? Anyways, let's start with the game. I did save in the inn, So let's see. I'm pretty sure that I went through my inventory and stuff, hopefully. Or maybe I didn't. Wait, did I not? Thought I did. Well, kinda did, apparently. Or not. Really thought I did. Well, I have more than enough gold anyways, right? And I'm pretty sure that that I looked through my... What are they called? Through my gear. So let's sell this. Let's sell this. Sell this. Well, to be fair, right? I can't really sell too much more stuff here, or rather, it just doesn't do much for me because the things that I can buy here in Steel are quite limited for me now, right? I have all the skills that I wanted, and there isn't really much beyond that that I would need, so yeah. At the end of the day, I think I can just... Oh, this is only level 5. I can just move on and hopefully we'll get to a new area where we can sell stuff, right? I don't know. To be honest, I have so many... No, let's keep them. I have no idea whether or not these can be used for anything specific or for any... They seem like a crafting item, but at the same time, kinda not. Let's keep the sword, because I currently have I have the axe that I got from Brachus Rex on Medora, but I think I want to keep the sword. I also thought about keeping this, right? It's not a bad thing. Right, this is pickpocketing on it, this is crafting on it. I think I wanted to keep this stuff, right? Sneaking. This was just kind of strong. Level 4. Why do I have level 4 stuff? Okay, should be fine. Right, so our next objective, more or less, is this one, which is that we found out who actually killed Jake, the murder that we were investigating, right? And that was apparently Ikara, which seems to be a sister or the sister of Leandra, which is, or who is the what did they call her? The conduit here, right? The person that was connected to all the source magic and tried to resurrect the Sorcerer King. Ultimately kind of did that, but, well, Brachus Rex was then ultimately defeated by us. Apparently permanently defeated. I still don't entirely know what Leandra was trying to do there, because she kind of almost invited us to fight Brachus Rex, which leads me to believe that she had an inkling that we might be able to kill him. She also told us something about along the lines of that we are, or she knows that we're special, right? We have, for some reason, the sort of ability to make bloodstones and or starstone. They seem to be kind of the same thing. Ineffective, Like, if we get close to a stone like that, it gives off this flash of light, and afterwards it would just be a magical stone that has lost all its powers, right? So something special is going on there. And she seems to know about that, and even further seems to know more about that than we do, right? She said something along the lines of knowing who we are, basically. So that's going to be interesting, which again leads me to believe that she may have purposefully led us to Brachus Rex or invited us to fight Brachus Rex because she didn't really have anything to lose, right? Either Brachus Rex would just kill us and get rid of us, which would be good for her, or she would learn something about us if we defeated him, and potentially know that we are quite strong, and maybe she wants to use us for her own gains or something. Somehow. I don't know how that would work, but that is certainly something that might be happening, right? Or at least it seemed to be the case. But yeah, we also found out that Ikara apparently killed Jake, and was apparently trying to prevent Leandra from doing something, so it seems like her sister is working against her. And we did find out that this Ikara apparently lives in Lucula Forest, which is north of Sicil, and the next area that I can now go to. It's hopefully going to be a very, very interesting one. Beyond that, I think... Right. There was still this one thing that I might have to do here, which is we found some ghosts behind the church, right? And they seem to be ghosts from the ship that crashed here, the ship that was connected to the lighthouse. And Unsinkable Sam is the cat in the inn that survived the shipwreck, right? And the one ghost, so the ghosts are debating among themselves. Most of them want to move on, right? But one ghost is trying to convince them to live as a ghost and enjoy earthly delights as a ghost. And then Sam, the cat, told us that this ghost is, or was, a pretty sort of fucked up person, right? I mean, they did some pretty horrible stuff when they were still alive. Not like horrible stuff as like being a criminal, but rather horrible stuff as, like, he seemed to suggest, what did he say? Like he had sex with children, for example? Like dark stuff like that, right? Possibly had sex with dead people. But it wasn't only that, it was... I don't actually remember, he told us like 4 things. It was pretty fucked up. And so... we can return to the ghosts and... well, I guess see what will happen there. We also found out that Brachus Rex apparently had a sister Cassandra, which is intrinsically linked with him through a spell. Like, if one of them dies, the other one dies, but in order to circumvent that, Brachus Rex came up with, like, he turned her into a lich. And she's sort of in between worlds, right? She's neither living nor dead, which prevents Brachus Rex, even though we killed him now, from being killed by killing his sister. I don't know what us actually killing Rex now did for his sister, though. But that's definitely a quest that we're also following. Okay. So, I think I'm going to start with the ghosts. Let's try to let's try to finish that quest. That's the waypoint at the old church. And once I've done that, I'm actually going to return to the end of time, because it's a very, very long time since I've been there, and see if the imp or the Weaver of Time has anything new to say, and also whether or not, because last time I went there, we got the, what's it called, the Hall of Heroes, right? Where you can, if you swap party members, the party members you're currently not using appear there. So maybe there's, because it seemed like there were still a lot of portals left to uncover as well. So I want to go back there and check out if there's anything new there. But first, let's deal with the ghosts. Let's actually get into it. Let's see if we can even talk about it, right? Or how we can talk about it. Oh, did I look at this chest? Yes.
That's it, kiddo. Explore as much as you can while you've got that youthful vim and vigor about you. Life is a wonderful thing. Strange indeed.
I've heard about your sick past. What do you have to say for yourself?
How could you? Those are lies. It was the ultimate pleasure. Oh, how could I hang back if there were even rarer, even more exquisite elations to pursue? How could I let any morsel of satisfaction go untasted in this brief mortal coil?
Yeah, not making it any better for yourself there.
Surely now you understand why I could never submit myself to the judgment awaiting me at the gates of the Hall of Echoes.
Oh.
No. I prefer to remain here for an eternity with a few of my senses, a few of my more delectable memories, than risk being cast into hell.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, of course. I mean, I thought that he just wanted to stick around here because he, well, still wanted to enjoy all of those sick pleasures of his, right? Or at least enjoy them as much as he could being a ghost. But I didn't even think about that. Of course, you know, having done all that stuff, he would probably go to hell. I certainly won't stop him from spending an eternity if he wishes. Atonement should only be offered to the truly regretful. If he stays here, his past will haunt him forever. At the Hall of Echoes, he may find a way to make up for his terrible deeds. I don't think his past will haunt him. I don't think that he would actually regret anything he did, right? So...
Go on then, Ab. Speak your piece. There's something to it, isn't it?
Strange indeed.
If he stays here, his past will haunt him forever. At the Hall of Echoes, he may find a way to make up for his terrible deeds. Let's go with the first option.
I certainly won't stop him from spending an eternity in this cemetery, if he wishes. Atonement should only be offered to the truly regretful.
This monster shouldn't be afforded the luxury of escaping judgment. He granted no luxury to his victims after all. Yeah, I want him to be judged. I feel like Lillian had... the two options that I got there with Lillian were the exact same, weren't they? Is that because she has like a... Is that depending on your previous choices? Like your character traits? Or was that just weirdly said? Listen, because I don't want him to stick around here. I want him to die properly and be judged. This monster shouldn't be afforded the luxury of escaping judgment. He granted no luxury to his victims after all.
This monster shouldn't be afforded the luxury of escaping judgment. He granted no luxury to his victims after all.
I wouldn't be so harsh to enforce justice if you were... Ebenezer is clearly deeply trouble at Paradox. No, he isn't. Doubtless Spence, he'll have to spend it with the knowledge of his own misdeeds. We'll do it your way.
We'll do it your way.
Is that so? Is that what you really believe, Source Hunter? Well, forget divine judgment. I say we judge each other here and now. The better of us stays, the worse be damned.
Are the other ghosts going to join him?
There's something to it. Strange indeed.
Wait, what? Why? What level are they? 8. Why are the other ghosts... What? I don't think the other ghosts would... And didn't the other ghosts wanted to move on anyways? Why would they? That doesn't make sense. Did I misinterpret their intentions or something? I'm pretty sure that that the other ghosts were against Ebenezer. And us talking about his misdeeds, maybe I should have talked to the other ghosts first? Like, maybe they could have been... I don't know. Well, I guess if they want to move on, we'd have to kill them as well. So, yeah. The question being, or rather the problem is, that Lillian doesn't have the ability to see what their weaknesses might be. So, they're ghosts. I wonder if ghosts would be susceptible to poison. Let's summon in the spider, though. Because hopefully they'll be distracted by that and then just attack Ebenezer. Oh yeah, okay. That was a crit. Nice. Huh. Well, first of all, let's look at their... Okay, so they're susceptible to fire. They're 100% resistant to air. That is rather interesting. They're also... So I got that right, at least. They're 100% resistant to poison. Weak to earth, weak to fire. The problem is my sort of... The way I'm standing here is pretty bad. But then again, they're really not that difficult, right? I don't think I want to spend my charming arrow on them. So let's just try to deal as much damage as I can. Should I hasten somebody, seeing as anything that I do... Well, I could also summon in Nick, to be honest. Maybe that's a good idea in terms of dealing with ghosts. Could flare her, though. But the problem is that I have an air wand, right? So... Let's summon in Nick. See what he does. Oh, wait. Did he accidentally miss her? I didn't even realize that Medora was standing over here. I think he accidentally missed her, right? That is so strange that the AI can do that as well. Let's just do this. Hit as many people as possible.
Concentrate.
Also knock the one down. Oh, wait. Now she get I guess his spell... I guess there was frost on the ground here somewhere? That's rather strange, but okay. Unfortunately, they are not susceptible to poison, right? But just the normal attack should already, yeah, do a lot. Oh! Ah, I see. It's not frost on the ground, it's that if you physically attack the ghosts, you get chilled. So the spider's gonna turn into ice as well, I think. Freezing failed, yeah. So, that's actually pretty funny. Because they're ghosts, you get cold if you physically interact with them. That's pretty cool. Oh, she actually... What the fuck? She actually attacked her own, like, Quentin guy here. Also, I completely overlooked that there's a third one. Oh well. Damn. Yeah, well, this is going to be easy. Should Lillian just kill Ebenezer? Yeah, why not? Although... Wait, do I have something to unfreeze Medora? Not really, right? Because I think the water is really not doing that much. Oh well. Bye-bye. I think she needs to move. Does she still have her thing on? Her stance? Nope. Okay. I guess I can cast this on her. Well, I mean, he's gonna be dead anyways, right? Or she. That was pretty easy. Let's see. A pitchfork. A sovereign's orb, whatever that is. A sharp tooth. A bunch of gold as well. Lucky rabbit paw, gold. Sheet of paper, orange. For ghosts, they definitely had a bunch of weird stuff with them, I would say. But yeah, this was pretty easy. The preacher of earthly delights. We confronted Ebenezer about his past and tried to convince him to go to the Hall of Echoes to face judgment. He became enraged and fought us instead. I just don't really understand why the other ghosts fought with him. I mean, it would have been quite funny if they had just turned on him, right, and basically helped us. Isn't there something that I wanted? Empty perfume bottle. This looks quite beautiful, huh? Lucky rabbit. Some years ago, superstition regarding lucky rabbits' feet led to a decimation of the local population by hopeful hunters. The trend was abandoned, but the rumors about the feet were never definitely disproven either. I wonder if having this in your inventory just gives you a little bit more luck. That would be pretty funny, to be honest. Isn't there something else that I got? No. It's fine. Okay, I'm going to be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. That was, my morning coffee. You know, wanting to get out a lot quicker than I anticipated. Anyways, let's go to the end of time. and talk to those guys and see if there's anything new that we can do there.
Aha! The Starstone Seekers return. Most fortuitous indeed, for I have been pondering over the nature of our shelter plane like a poet over his muse.
You know, quite honestly, I think they actually expect you to return here quite a bit more often than what I'm doing. I don't know. This whole threat still seems to be like, okay, obviously everything that everything that we're doing, the whole sorcerer threat and everything, right, is definitely connected to this plane and is connected to what's happening here and to what we saw at the start of the game, all that neat stuff, right? But somehow returning here, they don't really entice you to return here all that much, right? I mean, if I would be frequently swapping in and out party members, maybe then, but I don't really feel the need to do that. I mean, the reason why I'm sticking with the party members I have is mostly because I feel like my party composition makes sense this way, right? Because the other people that I've encountered who could have joined my party as well were also casters, for example, right? So there wasn't really any need for me to have them in my party, right? And so if you don't really swap party members, it doesn't really seem like there's... I mean, maybe now we'll get a little bit more reason to return here. I don't really know.
For now, I will refrain from entertaining, or, as the case may be, annoying you with hapless conjectures, until in the maze that is my mind, I happen to stumble upon a clue more concrete than mere theory. In the meantime, and in the interest of saving time, please tell me your thoughts about the lady you talked to in the Hall of Heroes during your previous visit.
Right, there's this whole thread about us finding out more about ourselves. She seemed to recognize us and called us guardians. She said she deceived us and that we deserted her in turn. We weren't really able to find out much more than that, though.
Deceive. Desert. Your words, they ring a distant bell, but they are but pieces of the puzzle. And yet, could she be?
Could she be what?
But no, hold your chattering tongue, Zixat. You promised you wouldn't hazard any guesses, and you'll stick to your word. You have my thanks, friends, for indulging me. A new portal has opened, and no doubt you are as curious as I am to find out what lies beyond. Let's go and take a look.
Are we not talking about where was the pig coming from? What the fuck? Who the hell are you? What's happening? You look cute. What? Okay, I guess. I mean... Yeah, I think I should definitely return here more often. So we have a new portal, yeah? The inner chamber.
I wonder who awaits you in the next chamber. I wonder what they'll say.
I don't fully understand the...
Aren't you going to leap through? Who
like
knows what
the
wonder awaits you?
reason for why there are so many portals here? I mean, what could they be? Let's take a look, I suppose.
Rather cozy, doesn't it?
It does. Almost like coming home.
Looks quite beautiful. Coming home, huh? maybe in a previous life this was our home. Maybe there was some sort of order, or like the whoever predated the Source Hunters might have actually lived here.
By fangs of
Oh.
the void, it is true. She told me she had seen you. Yet never would I have believed her delusions until here, now. They manifest before me. You have become undeniable.
You look quite a bit more threatening than I expected things here to be. Kinda looks like some sort of demon, right? The Trife?
The scurrilous sentinels themselves. It is miraculous, irrefutably so. But oh, how low you have fallen.
Yeah, we've already heard that last time. What does that mean, though?
Look at what you have become. What was stars have become moribund embers. You are to be pitied.
Follow that demon.
And none too friendly either.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't necessarily seem unfriendly. I mean, I don't appreciate them constantly talking down to us, but never actually explaining what they mean. But, oh, where the hell did he go? Holy shit, what is this place? Is there anything special here? I don't wanna... I could, like, sell this golden stuff, right? But I have more than enough money, so... Let's keep this here trophy. Okay. Cupboard. Bunch of empty bottles. Bunch of barrels. Dwarven stew. That sounds quite delicious. I mean, this does look some sort of bedchamber, right? Especially with the background, right? This would be insanely beautiful to live at, but at the same time, I don't know. While this looks really, really cozy, his chest.
What am I doing? This isn't my chest, and I know it.
Really? You can't open up everything else, though. Rotten eggs, nope. That's... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think... sort of floating in space like this, I don't know, it has something... Even though this is really, really cozy looking, right? And even if you knew that there were portals that could send you back and forth between that place and, you know, the actual world and whatnot, I don't know. Something about this would still feel so otherworldly that it would never be quite that cozy, or I don't think that I would really feel at home here. Illusionist mirror. The hell is that? Oh. Cool. We found an inner chamber which seemed curiously familiar. Both of us knew which bed and chest was ours, but how? We were also recognized again by a great demon this time, that had heard of our arrival through the spirit we met before. Wait, if I swap over to Lillian...
This chest, I know it to be mine, but how?
So at some point we did live here then. I don't know, that must be a bug, right? This should be her chest. So I guess we can place stuff in here? It's pretty cool. Yeah, I think I should return here quite a bit more often, right? Because I'm level 10 already, and this seems like something that you usually get quite early on, to be honest. Okay, so we have my chambers and Lillian's chambers, I guess. Well, that does suggest, though, that we were definitely... at one point, we had to be part of some time-weaving, godlike thing.
Chest. I know it to be mine. But how?
That's really weird that they are specified wrongly, right? Like, my chest is her chest, where it should be his chest, and her chest is his chest. That's quite weird, but... what else do we have here? This is quite a big place. Is this supposed to be sort of a back garden or something? Looks pretty beautiful. Ancient letter. Really like the music here. It did remind me of something there for a second. But it does, I don't know, something about this music does make me feel it more at home. For some reason, it's like the music really underlines you sort of finding a long forgotten past, but a past that is inviting. Right? Something you can be excited about to find again, I guess. On a general, I would like to raise a personal concern of mine, if I may be so bold. Your prowess in combat is unmatched. Your lust for warfare unrivaled. No one doubts this. That prowess served us well. It saved the very world. But now that the enemy has been vanquished, but for a few straggling legions, is it really necessary to personally command our army still? I know your presence inspires our troops, but I worry. I worry. An enemy spear or arrow may find you yet. I think that's supposed to be "and" instead of "and," right? Just like with permission, the enemy has found another general before. To lose you would devastate nations. My advice would be to exercise caution. Now that peace is almost upon us and our total victory inevitable, there is no need anymore for such ferocious heroics. We no longer have need of you as a general. We have need of you as a statesman. Please think on that. Signed, Harold Sigurdsson, Duke of Orca. Okay, so it seems to me like both of my main characters were generals in the past, right? I mean, that's pretty much what this log says. Something about Lillian and myself. And we fought in a great war. We won the war, but something must have gone awry at some point, right? Something must have not worked, or somebody maybe betrayed us, or maybe some powerful magic reared its head again and destroyed us? I mean, if all these demons and creatures that we find here talk about us being a lot less than we were before, that we've fallen, something must have happened, right?
How jolly! There's something quite astounding you must see. It's the Weaver. Thanks to the starstone you've collected, she's mended a portion of the tapestry.
Okay.
Look, A new story has
Ooh.
been rewoven into time. A new portion of history appears to us for the first time in not even I know how long.
There was a little bit of a weird cut there, but yeah. Who were we that we still have the power to essentially create new parts of history, or at least uncover them?
Let us look together. Let us see what the Weaver has woven.
Long ago, two great generals led mankind in a terrible war.
So that's us, right?
The dreaded Void Dragon threatened all of existence, and man and gods alike joined swords to stop it. The two generals were celebrated as the rulers of all, and even the gods paid them tribute.
I greet you, honorable master of the house. I am the shepherd of elements, and I control how they may flock towards your most imperial presence. So, if it pleases you, command me, and the elemental aspect of your choice shall once more settle among these holy halls.
Whoa. Okay, so for some reason that cutscene was quite a bit shorter than I expected it to be.
Choice, Frank, a choice. You'll have to speak to the statue before we know what you'll find through the portal.
So, we were generals in the past, and we fought the Void Dragon at some point already, and were able to defeat it, apparently, and subsequently made rulers of mankind, it seems? But yeah, something must have occurred that led to our downfall, I suppose. And also, obviously, at this point, we don't really know, are we descendants of those generals? Are we those generals reborn? Like, there are a couple of ways, obviously, in which that could manifest. The way, like, the demon just now and the other, like, the woman in the other room was talking to us, seems to suggest that we are actually those generals. But again, we don't yet know how that works, right? Did we, like, go through time? Were we maybe somehow, like, imprisoned into some sort of time bubble or something, right? And also, even though we do seem to appear to be, like, we were still quite human, right? We weren't gods ourselves. Like, the gods apparently respected us a lot for dealing with the Void Dragon, but we weren't gods ourselves in that regard. Which does make me wonder a little bit as to why this seems to be our place, or even palace. I mean, this does look like some sort of palace that a ruler would have, right, with our own chambers and whatnot. So there's a couple of ways in which this could work as well, right? Maybe this place was granted to us after our death or something, by the gods. Or maybe we became gods at some point, or I don't know. I mean, there's a couple of ways in which this would work. I can't seem to be able to think about, like, how does this work, right? These are our chambers, this seems to be our palace, yet at the same time, the Weaver of Time is also here, right? So was she here before us? Did we invite her here? Did she use this as some place of refuge after we were gone? No idea. Okay, so this this elemental statue seems to be some sort of helper that we might be able to summon in as well. If it pleases you, command me, and the elemental aspect of your choice shall once more settle among these holy halls. So I think we could probably change that later, but let's go with fire. Fire has helped me out the most so far in this playthrough.
And that is your final choice?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, indeed. That is our final choice.
Thy will be done.
We know what you'll find through the portal.
Okay. And now next time we come this place will be...
Aren't you going to leap through? Who knows what wonder awaits you?
Oh, this one? To the Hall of Flames. Huh.
Well, I wonder who awaits you in the next chamber. I wonder what they'll say.
Can we talk to the Weaver of Time real quick? I wonder if this is going to look completely whole at the end of the game. If those holes in the middle there will be filled with gold as well.
How might I serve our mission?
The rooms.
I weave and tales I see. All will I tell.
I haven't even gone there. It seems that demonic creatures roaming these halls had recognized me. Do you know why that
He
is?
is the instigator. He is the beginning of all ends. The birth father of death and void. Be wary of him. I know not what is fear, and yet, before him, I tremble.
The instigator. So why would he be here if we're actually fighting the void? But then again, maybe the void has to exist. It's just that this void dragon and source magic and whatnot, or the sorcerers that are utilizing source magic currently, that they're somehow... They're wanting to throw off the balance, right? They want void to take over everything. And the Great Chamber with 2 bedrooms, do you know who it belonged to?
Can the answer be anything but you? The threads say that you slept there, you both did, until the vigil of day and vigil of night called you away.
Whatever that means.
Duty. Never did you waver from your duty, never? I cannot be certain. Perhaps, just once, you failed.
Yeah, I get the impression that indeed happened. Something happened at some point. Let's check out the fire portal then. At some point these will all be activated though, right? The Hall of Flames. Ooh, hello.
Feels like we've landed inside the heart of the sun.
The Guardians mustn't listen to him. His every word is poison, such as no serpent has ever known.
Isn't that the woman we've seen in the other room?
They glow with a brilliant flame, your grace. Even he cannot snuff it out.
Oh, but he sides with that which has no name. I know he does. He is betrayal incarnate. He tricked them once, and will try to do so again. I fear their will is weak. Too weak still.
She is talking about us, right? So maybe this demonic creature that we met somehow tricked us at some point that led to our downfall? Darren
You! What radiance burns from your being? Enough to scorch even the likes of me, I find. And that is no small feat. Most impressive, yes, most impressive indeed.
Well, At least he seems to think that we're not, you know, a sliver of our former self. Who are you and what are you doing here?
I'm a soldier of fire. And does this landscape not befit me? I have lived here for eons, since the first great peace, when the world as your kind know it was first secured.
Okay.
We were invited here by a great leader, I believe. Yes, a leader. I'm sure it was. The details, they crumble like ash when I try to grasp them in truth. But the radiance of that time has never left me. Victory, blazing victory, adorned our heads like a crown of glorious flames. I'm sure one as radiant as yourself must understand exactly what I mean.
This is quite the intriguing backstory, isn't it? Especially since it seems so... Well, very clearly it does have a lot to do with Leandra and the source magic and whatnot, right? Very clearly that is connected to all of this and the Void Dragon and whatnot. But I don't know, somehow there's still this huge, and I'm not saying that in a negative way, but there is this huge disconnect between sort of us being in Seal and dealing with these very worldly problems, right? And then also being some sort of ancient hero of the people or of time that lived here and was stronger than anything else. And yeah, that's going to be interesting how those two very different sort of threads will... I mean, they're already intertwining, you could say, right? But I don't know, I feel like there is quite an intriguing disconnect there somehow, with a lot of things that we just don't know that might have happened at some point in time. What do you know about fire magic?
What do I know? Ha! Fire magic is me, and I am it. A far better question is, what would you like to know?
Ah, so is this like a skill trainer that can teach us everything, or... Ah, he is indeed. Okay, that's interesting. So, depending on my choice, I could have gotten other spells as well, I presume. Huh. Does this also... Yeah. Talking to him with Lillian also decreases the amount we pay. Explode. Deals fire damage to yourself and to those within 6 meters around you. To myself? Okay. So in order to use this, I'd have to either get another skill or something else that prevents me from taking fire damage, right? Create a fire surface. I can already do that. Self-immolation, fireball, master. Immolation skill book. Instantly set a target on fire and deals fire damage. 100% chance to set burning status for 3 turns. That does require level 12. Make a target immune to burning. Yeah, for example, you can do this, right? But that's 4 action points spent on yourself for being immune to fire, and then you could explode. I mean, this only requires 3 AP, though. Huh. It does require you to be next to your enemies, though. Infectious Flame. Cast a magical flame that works on impact and does fire damage to each target. That's pretty good. Level 15. Meteor Strike. 30 fireballs come crashing from the sky. Each does 47 to 49 fire damage to entities within a 3-meter range from impact. 120% chance to set burning status. This is what the freaking, like, Brachus Rex used against us, right? This is insane. Does cost 11 AP. Though I might be able to reduce that maybe when if I level pyrokinetic a bit further. Range 17 meters. They don't hit very well though, right? Purifying Fire removes burning, frozen stun, charm, healing, and shields. Ooh, I don't have that yet, do I? Adept skill? Can I get another adept skill? I thought I already had 3 fire skills though. But especially since it's able to remove charm, this might not be the worst thing to have. Amplify shield. Oh, he also sells man-at-arms skills? Reflect melee damage inflicted upon you at the cost of your chance to hit. Wow, that requires a shield. Crippling blow, I can already do that. Flurry. Attack with the flurry of your main weapon and deal slashing damage each strike, but that requires level 12. That's a master skill, okay. Rage. Enter an enraged state. 100% chance to set enraged status for 3 turns, 2 AP. Requires level 9. Rage decreases your armor and chance to hit, but you do more damage and have higher crit chance. I don't know if this really fits with Medora, though. Shackles of Pain. Make a target that will... Mark a target that will receive all of the damage you receive. What the fuck? Oh, that's what Evelyn was using, right? When I fought her? Yeah. That requires level 15, though. Melee power stance increases both the damage of your melee attacks and your movement speed at the cost of precision. Taunt, Whirlwind, and a blank skill book. So most of these I can already do, and the master skills require a higher level currently than I have currently. So the only thing that I might want to get was a Purifying Fire. That's an adept skill, though.
Take care, my friend. Those who blaze brightly may find themselves targeted by darkness.
This is pretty awesome, though, that they allow you to do that. The missing threads. We restored a thread to the tapestry and learned that long ago 2 great generals defeated the Void Dragon and were heralded as the rulers of all. Okay, that's the same description. Let me double check my skills. So my pyrokinetic level is 3 currently. Oh, I just have this skill, right? It's not a, okay. So in theory, I could learn a novice skill and an adept skill, correct? Because I have... Pyrokinetic 3... 6 novice, 3 adept. Okay, 6 novice. So I could learn 2 more novice skills and 1 more adept skill. Somehow I didn't realize that I actually got this skill last time. Fire Elemental. That would have made way more sense against the ghosts, right? I mean, that encounter wasn't really difficult to begin with, but yeah, that would have made way more sense. Wait, what's the skill that I can do through my wands? Oh, Fireball and Thunder Jump. So I know those myself, right? Okay. Well...
What radiance burns from your being? Enough to scorch even the likes of me, I find. And that is no small feat. Most impressive, yes, most impressive indeed.
Self-emulation. I don't know if I should just get this. Create a fire surface around you with you in the middle. Grants everyone around you 25% fire resistance for 2 turns and removes frozen and stunned. But that doesn't really help that much. At least with what I currently have, right? Fireball, emulation. Oh, right, that's the master skill. Make a target immune to burning. I don't have this currently, right? I mean, in theory, this is only 7 meter range? Really? Because I thought that with how frequently I burn everything around me, I could set this, I could cast this on Medora and make her able to just go through the fire, right? I mean, I could still get it, I suppose. Infectious Flame, that's a master skill. Master skill. Then I think I'm gonna get this. Purifying Fire. Removes Burning, Frozen, Stun, Charm here. Especially with being able to remove Charm. That seems like a good idea. Fire Absorption. It's also an Adept skill, that's a bit weird. Do I have stuff that I could just sell? Medium Constitution, Minor Healing, High Perception, Poison Resistance. Does this beer have another effect than the other one? That's kind of weird. Those are the ones that I just bought. I can sell these right now. Oh, that's level 10. Wait, is this better than the one I have? Level 7... Only level 5. Couple of blank skill books. I thought I also had something that was just valuable, but maybe not. I mean, to be honest, selling scrolls doesn't really make that much sense. Even if it's very, very unlikely that I'll use most of them. There might come a point in time where they are really, really useful, right? Though then again, I also have to remember to actually use them, right, at that point. So. Okay, yeah, that should be fine.
Take care, my friend.
So I do think, though, that the other portals will unlock over time as well, right? So the 3 other elements will unlock as well, and then I'll be able to buy those. Because it wouldn't make sense if they completely lock you out of that, right? It's probably just that you can decide on what you want first, and then get the other ones. Ancient Diary. My friend and ally, frustration is raging through me like a seething fever. Damn these politicians. They infuriate me to no end. What do I care? The war is almost won. That victory is certain. As long as a single enemy still draws breath, I will not sheathe my sword. I will hunt, and I will stalk, and I will kill. I will do what I do best. All the rest is cowardice. Diplomacy is the tool of the weak. Blind. They simply cannot see. They weren't there at the end. Very, very interesting. General's tale. The general continues to emphasize his lust for combat and decries the calls for diplomacy at the end of the war. He writes that all who weren't there at the end are blind, but what end is that precisely? Okay, goes into a slightly different direction that I thought at first. So it's rather interesting. This seems to suggest that somehow this general, which presumably was us back then, got a little bit too much sort of infected with the idea of not necessarily killing, but waging war to attain his goals, I guess. And maybe forgot that there might also be other cleverer solutions that might hold a better way for a future, right? Because at least our own human history, right, tells us that to forgive and potentially help the country or people that were defeated might yield a better result for the future, might yield more peace rather than just completely annihilating them, right? So this might suggest that somehow there was maybe a few of those people that stuck to the Void Dragon or were somehow connected to the Void Dragon, maybe they did survive and swore revenge, right? Because we tried to annihilate them all. We tried to completely banish everyone who had the slightest bit to do with the Void Dragon, right? And so the few who potentially did survive then swore revenge, right? That's usually how it happens. So that might have been what happened. The other thing that I thought about first is maybe this already, because this specifically talks about the war being almost over, and we've heard that quite a few times now, so I wonder if maybe our downfall came because we didn't actually finish the war, right? I mean, there seems to, like the other diary that we found in our own chambers, seem to talk about, well, now it's time for diplomacy, right? You must become a statesman. You have to lead us, basically. And maybe us refusing to do that led to some situation, I don't know, maybe even though we won the war, the people didn't really know what to do next, or maybe, I mean, it's very difficult to speculate about it at this point because we just don't know that much. But I feel like that might be another aspect of this, right? Is that we potentially kind of forgot to rule our own people as well, right? And maybe neglected that to the point where potentially even something among our own sort of ranks was responsible for some sort of downfall of us. Maybe we didn't see a threat emerging in our own within our own ranks or within our own people. Certainly very, very intriguing. And somehow this has to be connected to source magic as well, right? Okay, let's send those over. Nope, I wanted to craft static cloud arrow. Send that over. And also, I noticed that the dinner here, let's send that to Medora, because I think she was running low on that. Another starstone, another room. We met a fire elemental who can aid us with our fire skills. Okay. So now we have this weird telescope, which is... No, wait, this is... Where's the telescope is somewhere back here, right? It's not actually on the map. So we have the Hall of Heroes, which we can use to swap out party members. We have... whatever this was called. The Inner Chamber, which is our own chamber, and which we can use to store items and stuff, I guess. And then we have the Hall of Flames, which allows us to purchase powerful pyrokinetic skills and man-at-arms skills, which I find a curious combination, right? In a way, I would say that it does make sense that those man-at-arms skills, which would be connected to fire, in a way. But that is quite intriguing. Send this over. Pitchfork as well. Avatar of Fire. And Pyrokinetic.
It shall be my pleasure, sir.
Target immune to burning and removes burning, frozen, stun, charm, healing, and shields. Nice. One thing that I actually thought about now is the amount of keys and books and whatnot that I have in my inventory right now are getting a bit much. So I think, since I have this chest now, I wonder if this is this like a limitless chest? Wait, how do I put stuff in it, though? Let's see. I mean, I don't really need to keep these keys anymore, right? So, for example, I wanted to keep the Arahu Sparkmaster 5000 Universal Controller. There isn't really any reason for me to keep it, but if I hold this, then I can put it into that. That's a very, very annoying way to do this, though. Isn't it? Feleron's Diary. Order of the Source Hunters, a brief history. Let's put that in here as well. Yeah, I don't know why they made that so complicated. Curious Parchment, Letter from the Conduit, Letter Interest. Imps Notes? What was this? Oh, that's... right. That's just from the person that had that weird house. That's where I wasn't able to interact with that one key, right? So I might want to go back there at some point. By order of the Allmother, strictly responsible for training this one. Those were some waters for the... Well, I definitely don't need this anymore. Yeah, this is a very complicated way of doing this, right? What was this? That's for the statues, so I've definitely done this quest already. Source Hunters. These are our orders. So let's put this in here as well. And I guess the copy of that Lillian can put into hers. Hot topics in pyramid now, huh? I still haven't used the pyramid. I don't know the effects of this, so let's consume it. Oh, I have 2 of these as well, right? So let's send one over to Lillian. Cultist's orders. Immaculates do not falter. So this is technically connected to the main quest, right? So let's not put that in here. What was this? That's connected to the Fabulous 5 or whatever they were called. This is the main quest as well. Feather Run. Let's keep the stuff that I might still need for the main quest in my inventory. Brief History of Siceal. We could put this in here maybe. Streets expand. The borders of the Killer Forest were legendary. Set to reside. Significant control. Yeah, let's put this in here as well. I wonder if it really truly only holds this many items. That would be incredibly weird. Wait, more orders? Oh, okay. Well, already done that as well. Evelyn's Diary. Elemental Mine Experiment. The element, interesting. I've colored the mines according to them. That's also connected to that house, right? Cracking up a crowd, the definitive guide. These are the jokes. Pretty sure that I've already done that quest, or you know, fulfilled everything. I feel this fool, plus the bloodstone. Technically main quest as well, right? Nick's Diary. Can put that away. I've definitely dealt with that. To retrieve the Starstone. That's technically main quest as well. Black Cove. Pirate's Notes. As soon as blasted dragon with the treasure will be mine once more. Let's keep that. That's kind of connected to the dragon, right? Bane of my precious bloodstone is mangled, mutated, many creatures in the very cold. It's also the main quest. They have to tunnel like a great. What was this connected to? Last fires will burn in my forge. I think this was just some random guy, right? Somewhere. Such that yes, Tuxton She with the Banes of would be. Oh, those are the 2 dogs that I found that all are almost converted into zombies, right? Well, technically, I don't really think that I've dealt with that quite yet. Okay, definitely put that away. Oops. Still a bunch of leftover things. Grumio. He's a fashion. Purpose one's entertaining. Wait, what? Colors are hidden in my jaws, but they do more than die. They destruct when used for purposes more entertaining. Combine them with empty grenades and you'll soon see. They're nifty. I have improved to great into. I should keep that, I think. Bloody amulet. Pendant. Let's maybe put the pendants in here, right? Because they're technically connected to that one dungeon I was in. Which is why I wanted to keep them. Well, these books I do want to keep as well. What was this? I have 2 copies of this, right? Let's send one to... Alright, let's just sell one. Put the other one in here. In theory, I could also start putting all of the keys in here as well, right? Also, I have absolutely no idea what this Golden Grail is supposed to be. Joshua's Spices. And Moonstone. Let's maybe keep the rest for now, I suppose. I mean, the keys I've definitely... Let's see. I just want to see what happens if I put more in this chest than I can... that looks like I can put into it. Ah! It just starts scrolling. Okay, sure. Let's put all the keys in then. Because I'm pretty sure that I used all of them. The problem is, right, if there would be a door that for some reason I haven't opened and requires the key that I already have, I would never be able to find out what key would correspond to that particular door, right? I would have to take them all back into my inventory and then try to open the door again. Game definitely needs some sort of specific inventory for keys, I feel like. Also, the ridiculousness of having to hold every item before you can put it into the chest seems a bit unnecessary, but alright. At least that cleans out my main character's inventory somewhat. That looks like a very misplaced texture, doesn't it? Well, I guess that's all that we can do for now.
Good to see you on the shelter plane. A home away from home, is it not?
I'd like to update you on my progress. I have defeated Brachus Rex, an ancient king raised from the grave by members of a sect that uses Starstone for insidious purposes.
Those scallywags! They are diluting Starstone with blood magic? Vile fiends! This sect, it must be stopped. Their adulteration of Starstone could hamper our efforts to undo the void. You have to trace this sect back to the very pit where it burrows. Bloodstone. The horror. Magic as dark as this. It feeds the void where we seek to starve it.
Let's discuss the rewoven threads of the Tapestry of Time.
My pleasure.
We witnessed the story of 2 generals, slayers of a void dragon. Oddly familiar, wasn't it?
Familiar indeed. Exactly who these heroes might have been, or why Starstone is reviving their tale, I cannot say. But the resemblance of circumstances is quite striking, to say the least. Oh, do collect more stones, won't you? I'm all a jitter with excitement. Who could they have been? What does it mean? And why, dear Source Hunter, can you alone restore these threads to our memories?
Well, most likely because we are or were those generals, or are descendants of them? I don't know, something like that. Let's discuss rooms. I've come across a master bedroom of sorts.
So you have! The inner chamber! The tapestry has shown me that these were the personal quarters of the gods chosen two. They lived lives of opulent luxury. A well-deserved return for services rendered against the onslaught of demons and dark champions of the void. They are yours now. The chosen two anew.
I found a room filled with fire and brimstone.
That must be the Hall of Flames, mustn't it? You control the elements, Source Hunter, and fire is the most inherently destructive of them all. You can learn much there that will make even the void sweat.
Do you know more about the lady we've met beyond the portal?
Like you, she is a mystery. But she seems to know you, doesn't she? Perhaps you'll meet her again and we'll learn more about her and about you.
Yeah, that's... I think that point we already talked about last time I was here. So she clearly knows us, or rather knows the generals we once were. Wonder who she could have been. Maybe some important ally of ours?
How might I serve our mission? Threads I weave and tales
let's talk to
I say.
her.
All will I tell.
A portal revealed a plane of fire where an elemental resides.
I know of him. The tapestry tells me all it can, and I know he knows you. This aspect of fire served you. In fact, he serves you still.
That is also rather interesting, right? Suggesting that we had some sort of possibly 4 followers who were connected to all the 4 elements.
He stood by your side on battlefields large as cities. Together, you overcame foes beyond comprehension.
Okay, well, guess that's all we can do here for now. I mean, it was quite a lot more than I thought, honestly. As I said, I do need to come back here more often. Though then again, maybe I'm actually coming back here... Well, I guess I'm just taking a longer time to come back here, but this does seem to be sort of on the level I'm currently at. Also, I think if we were able to unlock more stuff here, it would probably automatically continue with that, right? Because we basically unlocked both our own rooms and the fire portal now. Which makes me think that, yeah, if there was some sort of third thing we could unlock, then it would just appear now, basically, right? I don't think that you have to move back and forth to this plane for it to continue with whatever you have unlocked. Which is quite, I mean, well, in terms of the story, it definitely makes sense that those bedrooms would unlock, you know, only after a while. Because showing me that we were, in fact, those 2 generals at some point, that's quite a big revelation, all things considered, right? So I get that they don't want to show you that right away. But the fact that you get sort of a limitless chest to store your stuff into, and it takes so long to get it, that's kind of a weird thing. Though then again, you know, the inventory limits aren't really all that important in this game, right? You can basically have as much as you want in your inventory, except for a few select items. And so, yeah, it's not really a big deal. You don't really need those chests, right? Anyways, we've dealt with this now. So let's actually return to... Wait, what was the waypoint called? Was it Silver Glen Road? I think it was, right? Let's actually start doing what I wanted to do today, which is going to Luculla Forest and finding Kara. Oh yeah, it is actually the right one. Cool. Yeah, I really wonder how this is going to work, because, you know, the way the map looks, it almost looks like it's going to uncover sort of the next bit of the map once we're through the forest. Though I do expect the forest to be sort of a dungeon of sorts, possibly. Oh, there's another waypoint here. Nice. Or maybe this is going to be an entirely different map? That is somewhat strange, right? Luculla Forest, Seal Road. Oh yeah, all the other ones have Seal in front of them, so this is a completely new map then. I guess it makes sense that they would give you another waypoint on a new map, though considering that we also already had the waypoint back on the other side of the bridge. Oh, hello.
Hail, Source Hunter.
What are you doing here?
Good to see you've reached Luculla Forest. There were times when I came to this neck of the woods just to whiff its wholesome air. Alas, that it is thick with sorcery these days.
Sometimes it's quite funny how he just sort of runs up to you every time he wants to talk to you. Why did it take him so long to get here, and where exactly did he even come from? Sorcery abounds, does it?
It surrounds us here, like an invisible mist. Takes cat's eyes to see it creep. Even so, it's plain as day to the east, all about Ikara's cabin. Immaculates beset it, no doubt under Leandra's orders.
So she knows who killed Jake, then.
If she has ordered such thorough defenses of her sister's cabin, we may be certain that whatever lies within will be a prize more precious than butter-baked plaice. That means Ikara herself must be there, Hunter. And it is essential that you find her. Only she can shed light on the details of Leandra's plans.
Thank you for your counsel. High time to mosey on.
Ha! Zigzags would see you dash rather than mosey. But matters such as these require a thoughtful approach.
Indeed they do. Also, we do want to engage with, everything else that we see here.
Leandra and her cronies may be lunatics all, but they're far from brainless. So be wary, Hunter, and be safe.
Well, except for Leandra herself, the other ones didn't seem too intelligent to me, to be honest, but oh well. Wait, so is he, going to the cabin himself? Which is cabin? And what is here? Silver Glen. Oh, that's the side quest, okay. Interesting, though. If the air is thick with source magic, I wonder what's been happening to Silver Glen, then. Also, this looks rather ominous. Always great to, enter a forest in a completely new area and immediately be greeted by a trail of blood leading somewhere. This looks pretty cool as well. Pavilion. How do you say that? Pavilion or pavilion? Pavilion of Death. Another quite interesting name. I mean, it's certainly quite beautiful here, but also very, very ominous, it seems. It's really such a calm atmosphere, right? Just with the light sort of shining through and the trees here and everything. You would think that this area would be quite peaceful, right? And in general, just very soothing and sort of free. And yet it seems to be the very place where source magic is running rampant.
Poor man. Seems he was eaten by a beast.
Istrid's corpse.
Partially eaten, to be more precise.
At least the head was eaten, huh? Nothing on it, though. Doesn't seem to be necessarily connected to what we're trying to do, though, right? Signpost. North, Silverglen. East, Forest Mines. South, Seal. So the actual forest is over here then, I suppose. Where Silverglen would be here. Well, let's try to go to the cabin first and potentially deal with those Immaculates. Oh, hello, what the... Alfie? Bjorn. Wait. Are they suggesting that this Alfie accidentally killed that guy? Seems to be hurt, right? Maybe that guy mistook Alfie for an actual beast or something. Wait, what was this thing? Was it just... Is it telling them about us? No one's coming from the direction of Scythia, of course. What? What did he just say?
Did you see that? The shadow just sprang to life.
Strange magic indeed. Perhaps we're nearing the White Witch's lair.
Oh, poor Alfie. Should I try to help Alfie first? I feel like they require my help. So, this guy that was killed here seems to be a bandit. And he seems to have injured this Alfie fella. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that was strange. Menu just bugged for a second there. Tree trunk. Can open up tree trunks, huh?
You there?
Hello.
Your night ship. Oh, please come to our aid. My wife and I are stranded here.
Your wife? Oh, she's there.
Oh no, it's nothing but a squirrel. Oh God, oh dear, my nerves are all shot.
I didn't even realize that there was somebody else here. What are you doing
We're
here?
refugees, my liege. Two of the far too few souls that managed to escape Hunter's Edge when the orcs invaded. We were hoping to reach Silverglen, but we were attacked by highwaymen.
Where was Hunter's Edge again? Was that the...
And that's the last of the potatoes.
Where was that?
We'll be dining on pine cones soon if no one comes to our rescue.
Those devils would have scalped and skewered us if it hadn't been for Alfie. Oh, the brave creature bit one of them in half, though not before being frightfully wounded himself.
Tell me about Hunter's Edge.
Oh, it was naught but a small stop for trading folk along the long road south to Sicil. We got along all right, but now our little home's finally been undone. Orcs invaded, and the source hunter who was meant to protect us didn't save a one of us.
Guess we were kind of late to do that. Along the long road south to Sicil. I don't quite remember where that's supposed to be. Maybe that, you know, when I went to the lighthouse, there was like a couple of what seemed to be huts along the way to the north.
It's nothing but a squirrel.
Let's discuss Alfie.
The bravest beast of burden in the borough is Alfie, but the poor blighter's bleeding like a stuck pig and can't move no more. Which means we can't move no more either. Why, it would be folly to abandon a bandit killer in a wood full of bandits now, wouldn't it, your knightship?
True.
Besides, all our worldly wealth is strapped to his back. We'd be destitute without it. And yet, we can hardly stay here forever. Silverglen is close enough to see the chimney fumes from here. Mara absolutely refuses to leave Alfie's side, and like I said, I'm inclined to agree with her. If only a stout champion would step up and lend us a hand.
Okay, I get it. I mean, Alfie looks kind of cute, maybe. So I do want to help him.
So close to our goal.
Maybe I can lend you a hand.
We'd be mighty grateful if you would escort us to Silverglen, your knightship. For it is our aim to set up shop there. A new smithy in a new town.
Oh, well, okay, I didn't really plan on that. I was trying to help Alfie and then just kind of move on myself. What is going on with Silverglen, though? If there is so much source magic here, because I've heard about, I don't know, was it someone of the Immaculates? Somebody definitely talked about Silverglen being almost like the hideout of the sorceress. So I don't know whether or not you necessarily want to be in that city right now, but okay.
Without Alfie, though, without the tools he carries, I'd be like a fisherman without his rod, grasping for salmon with his bare hands. Never could I produce the quality of work for which I'm renowned. Our predicament is clear, and the biggest problem is that Alfie's wounds are so dire, no ordinary healing potion will work. He needs... well, I don't know what he needs, but they say miracle cures are produced by the priests of Silverglen.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily trust that.
Oh, will we ever reach Silverglen?
Wait, before I... Let's see, find the witch. Oh, that's from the... Okay. Aru told us that Ikaru's cabin lies in the eastern woods of Lucola, but that he's seen immaculate activity in its vicinity. We must tread with great care. Bjorn's mount is injured. It will need some serious healing power to get it back on its feet. Can I just, like, heal it? Does that work? It does.
You're hurting him, Sir Knight. Oh, no wizard's tricks will cure poor Alfie.
Oh, wait, what? The fuck? Okay.
How are you holding up, my sweet? Not too tired?
I'm fine. I knew that man, comrade. A fine blacksmith, Bjorn. It gladdens me more than you can imagine to see he and Mara escaped Hunter's Edge. But it's no wonder he blames me for what happened.
Oh, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, of course. Medora is the source hunter who was supposed to help them. But she wasn't able to get through because of all the undead and whatever happened in Sicil, right? Tell me what you remember.
Well, it started like any other day, comrade. I told you before, and this much was true. Hunter's Edge was a quiet place. There hadn't been a peep from the Phantom Forest in nearly a century.
And save the occasional drunken orc wandering in from the west, there was nothing for any of the townsfolk to fear. I was on patrol one sunny afternoon when I stumbled upon a pair of scrawny orcs building a fire. Bellowed at them to get, but they went for their swords instead. Well, I made short work of them, but I couldn't find their tribe insignia anywhere. What I did find was a deep red, apple-sized gemstone in one of their pockets. It was warm in my hand and seemed far too fine a treasure to belong to an orc.
Sounds eerily like a bloodstone.
You and I both know that now, but then my senses were dulled by years of peace. I'd grown soft. I was foolish. I figured it to be an oversized ruby, and it was the worst misjudgment of my life, comrade.
Wow. She actually has quite a sad backstory, right?
Their kind never did take a shine to such finery, so I assumed it had been stolen for its trading value. I pocketed the gem and planned on sending it up to Academy North for the Order to deal with. All was peaceful back at the village, all was quiet. If only I'd known then. If only I had paid attention, had seen the signs.
Well, that, in a way, that does explain why she's so overly careful and seems to see source magic everywhere, right? Because she was betrayed by her inattentiveness, I guess. The orcs, they came for the bloodstone.
Night had only just begun to fall when they surrounded us. It could only have been a few dozen, but they swarmed like hundreds. Those of us who resisted were immediately cut down. I watched the blood of innocent villagers spill into the streets. I saw their bodies hit the ground. People it was my job to protect, comrade.
Suddenly your vigilance makes all the more sense.
I made myself promise that night, comrade. Never again would I let another sign of source pass me by unnoticed. Never again would I fail in my sworn duty.
That's actually a revelation about a character that I did not expect. That's really, really understandable, right?
It's a promise I intend to keep.
That where your story ends? How did you escape the orcs? And what of the remaining villages?
Let's discuss it another time, comrade. It ain't easy for an old bear like me to greet these ghosts.
I wonder if the bloodstone somehow helped her.
For now, maybe we ought to soldier forward. Plenty to be done around these parts, eh? Ready to advance? Ready to defend?
It's pretty awesome, like, how they tie that in here. Okay, let's quick save and help them to the city then.
What do you say, your knightship? Will you escort us to Silver Glen?
I am ready to escort you.
Though, like I said, it would grieve us dearly to leave Alfie behind.
Think of all the clothes I left behind in
Are you kidding me?
Edge. All the jewels and trinkets.
We should try to heal Alfie first.
We should try to heal Alfie first.
Indeed, he carries your belongings.
Indeed. He carries your belongings after all.
I'm glad you've agreed Alfie needs to be saved before we can depart. Please leave no stone unturned in your search for a concoction that will heal his wounds.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if he's just going to say, oh, hey, babe, you know, put like a healing spell on him or something, that would have been really dumb. But I guess we're supposed to find... Okay, so we need to find some way to heal Alfie before we can escort them to the city.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
Leave an oven door open?
Well, that's pretty cool, though, because that means that I can, continue with the quest that was on first, before dealing with Alfie. I guess maybe once I get to Silver Glen, we might be able... Because he was talking about that, right? He was talking about Silver Glen potentially housing some sort of healing magic that might help us with that. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so this forest does get quite dark. I think I can see... Yeah, that's the shadow that we saw previously. Void Watcher. Just a chest. Nothing more. I was half expecting a trap, to be honest. Ooh, hello. There's a bunch more here. Immaculate Summoner. So I guess this shadow must have told him about our arrival then. And void crystals as well. And I guess this is supposed to be Ikara's HUD. Yeah. Well then. This looks interesting. Autosave. Let's see what he does.
Ah, the Source Hunter. It is my greatest pleasure to announce to you that we Immaculates have captured the feared White Witch and quarantined her house of horrors.
Why do you think that you didn't really capture her, but rather just surrounded her house and now think that she can't do anything anymore? He seems to be on a pretty high horse.
Yes, the greatest known threat to Rivellon has been neutralized. Thanks in no small part to you, Source Hunter. Your activities in Sicil drove the snake to her den, and that's where we Immaculates sprang our trap.
I wonder if this was at least part of Leandro's plan then. Who the fuck are you?
I am a proud Immaculate, sworn to use my summoner's expertise in service of the goddess's one way and the greater good.
Sure you are. I need to question the White Witch about her involvement in the murder of Councillor Jake.
Ah, the High Counselor of Sicil. We mourned his tragic death. Yes, every Immaculate honors the memory of that noble man.
Yeah, because he was part of you.
Still, Source
Your
Hunter,
order.
I am sworn on my life to guard this quarantine. I serve a higher authority than yours, and will not waver in my duty.
That's interesting. We can... Okay. So we can potentially get by this without a fight? There is no authority higher than that of my boots oath. You said you mourned the death of Consular Jake. With your help, we can put his murder to rest. Interesting, charming option. You and I clearly serve the same side. I have no reason to compromise your capture of the White Witch. What? We don't serve the same side, though. I mean, well, to be fair, I guess we don't yet really know what's going on with this Ikara, right? We do know that she killed Councillor Jake, but we also know that Councillor Jake was part of the Sorceress, so and part of the Immaculates. In a way, I want to go with option 1. Makes things a lot easier. So I kind of want to kill this guy. I don't like him. The second option is kind of cool because it's sort of... what do you call it? Like, very obviously we... like, I'm not on his side. But... in a weird, twisted way, following his logic, he should help us, right? I don't know why this says -1, though. Is that... oh, maybe it's... is that a difference that we have to his? So do I have one more point in reason than he has? One less point in charm? And are we the same in terms of intimidation? Let's go with this one, though. I like the option. Oh. No, it means we have 1 point more. Oh, that's not... okay, so if there's a -1 there, that means that I am better in it than they are. That's not a very good way of displaying that, to be honest. Okay. Let's see if I can convince him. Oh wait, kind of want to kill him, to be honest. Really. Oh, he's a clever one, isn't he? Nope. Oh well, let's kill him then.
I do mourn the Counselor, but one matter has nothing to do with the other. I've sworn an oath, and I'll not tolerate even a source hunter's interference. If I find you beyond this point, I'll be forced to summon the greatest depths of my powers to stop you.
Interestingly, he doesn't immediately start fighting us, though. Oh, wait, what? He just vanishes. Oh. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Let's just quickly take a look at the rest of the forest. There is actually not that much here, it seems. And that's the way we came. And then this just seems to end. Huh. Bunch of mushrooms here, though. I think these are the ones that I need for healing potions. Not that I really would need healing potions at this point. Though, then again, maybe I shouldn't underestimate these guys, right? And this just leads back to Alfie. Okay, cool. I very much do appreciate how the game sort of, like, it's sort of an open world in a way, right? I mean, it seems very open, yet at the same time, it's very clearly funneling you towards this one point, right? I mean, you can't really go anywhere else, and well, you can. I could go to Silver Glen, right? I could help these fellas. I could go north, I guess, but there's no other way to really approach this situation, right? It's basically a contained level, and I do really like that. Do you think I would be able to... Let's see here. If I just attack this, do you think he's going to attack me? Because these things seem quite dangerous. Or maybe not. I mean, that should help, right? Let me actually double check the... looks like I'm still fine in terms of durability. Yeah. No! Oh, for fuck's sake.
You'd seek the White Witch despite our warnings? I can't move!
Let's quick load this. This is definitely not what I wanted. Sometimes the game's really... it's technically not the game's fault, but it's sort of the... I thought I was still on my main character is the thing, right? I wanted to attack this from range. Because this very clearly looks like it's going to be a problem. I wonder why they let us do that, though. Let's see, can she reach these? How many of these things are there? A couple. What's going on with the music? Sounds pretty awesome. This is certainly somewhat weird that they just let us do this, right? Oh, hello. I wonder if these void crystals are the things that are producing the shield, though. Alright. Now...
To defy an immaculate command? You'd seek the White Witch despite our warnings?
Well, of course I would. Wait. Did it still hit? That... It looked like it still hit the places where the stones sat. With lightning anyways, right? That was very strange. Okay, well this is going to be interesting. Void. No idea what they might be able to do. I wonder, I mean, I don't think that they're gonna be immune to fire. So I'm wondering if I should put down... Well, I can summon the spider and put down oil, right? The only issue would be that... Well, I could put the spider over here. Because I'm trying to sort of encase us in flames, in case they're... Though they might be, ranged attackers as well. Oh, that's always a little bit of a problem, right? Like, I want to put down my spider somewhere, but at the same time, I don't want the spider to burn right away. Well, the way I'm standing with my main character, it definitely makes sense if I expand the fire this way, though. So let's put the spider down here so that it can deal with the other two. Let's put down the oil. Let's put it down here. Oh wait, they're gonna... I thought my main character was next. It's actually Berdotta. Oh well. Where the hell are you going? What the fuck was that? Why did that deal 2,500 damage? What? Is the spider somehow exceptionally weak to them or something? Okay, so they're resistant to tenebrium, whatever that is. They're weak to earth, so that's good to know. And fully resistant to air, lightning. Wait, what did that one thing do? Or you know what it was? It was probably that skill that I could have learned as well. There was like a skill that, what was it called? Wait, didn't I actually learn it? A skill that lets you essentially get rid of summoned creatures right away, right? So it just one-shot the spider because it's that, I suppose. Okay, let's move it here. We're in the oil. Move it a bit further this way as well. Well, I guess it will have to move, right? Hopefully. Well, that's going to be a problem if these things are going to be completely resistant to air, though. Does it make sense to hasten somebody in this particular case? The door is still stunned. Wait, can I get rid of the stun? Cures petrified, slow, and stunned. Yeah, let's get rid of that.
Once more, my friend.
Why did you move away? That was kind of strange. Okay. Well, that thing's burning. I could encourage. Probably not the worst idea, right?
This day we fight. This day we win.
Because it also heals a little bit. And then let's try to cripple this guy. Guess I need to move slightly ahead.
Your bones snap like twigs.
They're quite a bit stronger than I thought they would be. They are susceptible to poison though, right? Let's see. Well, if they're weak to earth magic... then I guess I could try to petrify this guy? Would he still be burning then? Well, he's crippled, right? Petrified failed. Nice. Cool. Well. Well. I mean, I could throw the stone here. Could throw it here as well. Could try to poison him. Try fortifying one of mine. I could summon in the undead warrior. Might help. Could strengthen somebody, though I don't really know who I would strengthen. Well, I mean, I could still do the arrow next turn, right? Having more targets here might not be the worst idea, to be honest. Summon in this guy. I mean, even though my spider died right away, it definitely meant that this thing lost all its AP to do that, right? So... well, she can just do the normal stuff. She always does. Maybe I should have also desecrated her, but then again... this works fine, doesn't it? I could have tried to charm one of them. Do I want to try to... well, now poisoning them doesn't really help that much anymore, right? Attacking with my normal weapon? Well, my bow's air and stun doesn't work. But the bow itself does more damage than if I were to use another arrow. Unless... well, this deals crushing damage, though. Do I have an arrow that actually deals earth damage? I don't think so, right? Maybe this one? No, this deals piercing. Piercing, explosive. I could set the other one on fire as well, right? I mean, I have the fire arrows. I could poison him. I mean, he still has 258 HP, so... no, that leaves behind poison on the ground as well, doesn't it? Same with the... yeah. That is probably not a good idea. So maybe I should just use the knockdown arrow? I mean, that means that it'll be unable to attack me. Potentially. Nice. And also deals quite a bit of damage. Oh, he could just move out if they... oh, well. So they can stun quite a bit. That is somewhat unfortunate. Maybe I should have charmed one of them. But then again, I also don't want that to be the solution every time. Let's see, can I move up slightly and hit both of them? With this, hopefully? Yeah.
Have mercy on your soul.
So one of them's gone. That's good. Don't really need the defensive stance with her. The undead swordsman. What was this again? What are you gonna do here? Oh, he can bleed enemies. Are they susceptible to that? Nice. Okay, let's heal. I think. Can I do something against stunned? You and allies around you magically gain constitution. Yeah, this one. Destroy summon. Deals immense damage to summoned creature. That's what one of them did. Because I was going to say, wait, it did like 2,500 damage, right? So I guess if it was an incredibly strong summoned creature, then maybe it wouldn't destroy it, but... yeah, honestly, let's heal first. Unfortunately, I can't do the arrow anymore now. Boulder doesn't work either. Well, I could... I don't know if it would make sense to do that to Berdotta. The problem is her bow isn't really that good. Or, well, it is. It's just... Ah, well, yeah, let's do it. I mean, I could do the knockdown arrow again to this guy, right? White Wanderer? Oh, she can actually hit this one as well. I thought the smoke might be in between there. Lowered armor for 3 turns. I mean, this does quite a bit of piercing damage, so let's do that over here, and then I can just hit him normally, and it should deal quite a bit of damage. Oh, right, I also have bleeding, crippled, and diseased. And what was this? Weak, blind, mutant, infected. Ah, well. Not really the stuff that I need, but, okay, let's do the precision stance. Wait, what? Wait, was I not... Was I Huh? Was I already in my stance? It's a blinded status. Let's do that then. Yeah, that'll be useful, I think. Question mark, question mark. Okay, Lillian definitely needs to get healed somehow. Oh, the steam's gone. I can't even move over there. Also, everything's burning. Wait a second. So, what does this require? 4, right? Doesn't really have... Yeah, if he's only gonna move 4, then... Well, he can't attack either way, right? Though I don't want him to stand in the water. Let's move over here for now and just end the turn. Doesn't she have... Let's see, I think I gave her regeneration scrolls, yeah. Since she can't really move... anyways. Let her heal Lillian. Taunt doesn't work because they're too far away. I could do battering ram over here. Oh, I can actually hit it. Yeah, nice. Wait, how'd she get... Are you freaking kidding me? She got poisoned because she moved through this tiny little bit of poison that the spider left behind? Really? Also, I think the experience that I got was from discovering the Waypoint Shrine. Let's enter my defensive stance then. And then for turn.
Pray once more.
You know what? Let's throw the boulder over here. Boom. That dealt quite a bit of damage, thankfully. Could slow it. Could fortify someone. Could also heal myself, but I think that's... Well, I could fortify myself. Why not?
Toughest troll hide.
Do I have some sort of oil arrow or something? I could shoot this at this guy as well. Because I have so many of those. And then just... I don't know why my hit chance is so low, but I somehow accidentally deactivated my stance, I suppose? Of course I missed. Oh, what is that? Oh. Wait, are they... I think they're levitating, aren't they? They can't actually be hit by fire, I think. Maybe? Or did he levitate himself? Air? Ooh. Huh. let's do that. Oh. And then do this. Okay, yeah, I'm healing more than enough to be able to deal with them. Do I want to knock down again? If I manage to knock it down and then attack normally, it should deal more damage, right? Yeah, perfect. Oh, hello. Oh, they explode. Interesting. And I had the steam around, of course. Well then, that was unfortunate. Ah well. Happens, I guess. So I wanna... Let's try poisoning this thing then. Holy shit. I always forget just the sheer amount of damage that skill deals. Well, that was rather interesting, I would say. Not necessarily the toughest encounter, but what made this really, really interesting is that I think the amount of times that I had to deal with fire was really, you know, we're starting to get a little bit stale, let's put it that way, right? Because you deal with so many undead in Cyseal, and it seems like everything, even the non-undead stuff in Cyseal, everything's mostly weak to fire. So that was usually what I was going for first, right? And while that is certainly good, it's very refreshing seeing other elements at play and other resistances and other interactions, right? That's pretty awesome. I do very much like that. Okay, let's heal up Fedora. I don't know why it still shows her as being poisoned. I think that's just a UI bug, right? Anti-Claymore. Funny that they had a fire essence with them. Right, fire staff, a bunch of gold. Why do these creatures have sturdy leather boots as well? But yeah, honestly, that was kind of ridiculous, right? This little itsy bits of poison here that got left behind by my spider was enough to poison Medora, even though she was very quickly ramming through it, right? Oh, log updated. Find the witch. We found Ikar's cabin, but it's being protected by an impenetrable barrier, barring our progress. We'll have to find a way to remove it before we can investigate further.
Are you addressing...
Ooh! Hello. Mushroom Ikari. A talking mushroom! Now I've seen everything.
Oh, somehow we doubt that very much. Have you ever seen a dragon's pajamas? A rat in a Sunday hat? No, Source Hunter. We do believe this life hasn't finished surprising you. Not in the least.
Fair enough. Also, I saw that orc in the background, right? So there seem to be more orcs here as well. What do you know about this barrier?
It's quite a lovely sort of barrier, isn't it? Who doesn't enjoy a gentle, breezy motion against one's backside after all?
Don't know if it's so pleasant being in it, though.
Then again, we suspect it's been hoisted up by some not-so-savoury characters. And we happen to know just how to remove it.
Really?
The only trouble is finding the right sort of clever, sort of intrepid sort of person to entrust such a secret to.
I sort of think that might not necessarily be correct.
Here's what we propose. We've a fresh batch of 3 brain teasers hot off our thinking caps.
Oh, God.
Perhaps, if you can answer them correctly, we might find you spirited enough to entrust with the barrier's deepest, darkest secrets.
Hit me.
But it isn't all fun and games. We hardly offer second chances to the beriddled. If you give us a single false answer, we'll clam up like morning glories at midnight. So, do you have what it takes?
So if I fail, you just don't tell me anything, and if I'm successful, then you do tell me something. I mean, can't, really lose here? I guess if we fail, then we'll just find some other way to remove it, right? I'm up to the challenge.
This is better news than the Orc Queen misplacing her thumbscrew. But enough delays. Let us begin. Your first riddle begins thus. The ravenous brute tore down my chartreuse gown, ripped out my silken hair by its roots, wrenched my children from me, and fed me to the hogs. Who am I?
Oh boy. That's gonna be complicated. I mean, I hope we get some, answers that they're showing us. Some possible ones. The ravenous brute tore down my chartreuse gown, ripped out my silken hair by its roots, wrenched my children from me, and fed me to the hogs. Maybe something to eat? What do hogs eat? Maybe weed? Yeah, corn. A pumpkin, a sheep. I think corn.
An ear of corn.
I think. Because a pumpkin doesn't have hair. Now, I don't know if you would feed a sheep to hogs. Let's go with corn.
That's right. An ear of corn fits perfectly.
Bravo! Bravo!
Yeah. Nice.
Bravissimo! An ear of corn indeed. Can you imagine a sheep in a chartreuse gown? A pumpkin with silken hair? The fantasies of a fool. Now, on to our second riddle. And this one's sure to stump you.
Let's hear it.
I cannot lie, I cannot lay, but only lie. Who am I?
Well, that could be anything. I cannot lie, I cannot lay, but only lie. So you can lie, but not lay down? What the fuck? You cannot lie? Well, a politician can very clearly lie, right? I mean, that's what they're doing. A stone or a warlock? Why would it be a warlock, though? But how does a stone fit? I mean, a warlock can still lie, right? So technically a stone... Well, a stone clearly cannot lie. It just lies around, but it cannot lay down. At least by itself.
A stone.
That's right. A stone fits perfectly.
You've done it again!
Okay.
I'm thrilled. I'm amazed. I'm liable to present the very last riddle. This one will blow you out of your stockings. So hold on tight.
Okay, the first one was definitely a lot better than the second one, because the first one was way more detailed, right? Second one could have literally been any item. Like any physical object, or most physical objects that are just objects, right? That was weird. But the first one I really, really enjoyed. Because the first one you could actually solve without the answers, right?
I've a neck as long as twice the width of a toad's tail, as many cause hurricanes in the Far East merely by taking off 2 minutes too late. Who am I?
Okay, some sort of insect, maybe? I have a neck as long as twice the width of a toad's tail. As many eyes as half the number of seasons per annum. So 6 eyes? Would that be a spider? Don't they have, like, 8 eyes? What has more than 2 eyes, other than a spider? I'm known to cause hurricanes in the Far East merely by taking off 2 minutes too late. The fuck? Maybe a storm? Does a storm have a neck, though? Oh, this one's quite the riddle. Because a storm would have an eye too, right? But only one. As many eyes as half the number of seasons per annum. Wait, as many eyes as half the number of seasons per annum. Isn't that 2 eyes? Why did I for some reason I thought of months. 12 months would be 6 eyes, right? But as many eyes as half the number of seasons per annum. That's just 2. The neck is long as twice the width of a toad's tail. That's not very long, right? So 2 eyes. Wait. I'm an idiot. A toad doesn't have a tail. I was gonna say, wait, what's the width of a toad's tail? Toads don't have tails, so no neck at all. So you have no neck. As many eyes as half the number of seasons per annum. 2 eyes. I'm known to cause hurricanes in the Far East merely by taking off 2 minutes too late. What is that with the 2 minutes too late, though? What doesn't have a neck and 2 eyes? Because a bird would have a neck, right? Unless it's some sort of specific bird. But wouldn't most living creatures have necks? I mean, insects maybe not, but... And most insects have 2 eyes as well, right? Okay, let's see the answers. A weather vane? The hell is that? Okay, I have to translate that. Don't know that word. Is that like the things that are on buildings to show where the wind is going? Yeah, okay. Well, weather vanes have a neck though, right? Because they're typically, well, they're just the image of an animal, but they turn with the wind. Well, the butterfly, it's the butterfly effect, right? So it has to be the butterfly. I think they're talking about the butterfly effect. I don't really understand why that would be a thing in this world, because it's a very... Well, it's not a weird concept, I guess, but it's... Anyways, a butterfly, I think. Yeah.
Ooh, very good, very good. The last person who tried to solve that riddle puffed away in a small impish huff, mumbling about space-time. But
really?
not you. You stuck it out until the very end, you crafty little so-and-so.
Wait, are they referencing an actual imp? Was it... What's his name? Zigzags? Zigwags? Who tried to solve this last time?
So, what would you like to know?
Well, what do you know about the barrier?
One thing we know for certain. This barrier doesn't belong here.
Yeah.
The wizard Maradino knew as much when he started poking around here. He developed a spell to remove it, But his fancy was caught elsewhere before he bothered to implement it.
Who the hell is Maradino? Wait, this barrier couldn't have been around here for very long, though.
Down the spell dropped, and up we scooped it. Unfortunately, we aren't quite human enough to get it to work. But you've proven yourself just the right sort of clever, sort of intrepid sort of person we'd love to entrust such a secret to.
Well then, you know, you're the sort of mushroom who seems like you're willing to sort of give us the spell. What do you know about the White Witch?
We thought you'd never ask. What would you like to know?
Well, you started with the riddles right away. Who is she exactly?
Some call her the Guardian of Lucula. And by our estimations, she's more than earned the title. She's a healing witch, concerned mostly with the safety of the living souls, animals and plants alike, of this forest.
Okay.
And she's been here since even before our great-great-great-great-grandmother, Francisca Toadstool the 44th, can recall. We've long lodged adjacent to her little cabin, and she used to greet us with a "How do you do?" every morning. We do hope she's not entangled in anything unsavory. What a shame it'd be if someone with a penchant for heavy-handed hoe-wielding moved in.
Well... Do you know anything about the White Witch's involvement in the murder of Councillor Jake?
Murder? That doesn't sound like her at all, no. Much more interested in patching things up than tearing them down, that one.
Well, I mean, in this particular case, the murder could be an attempt to patch things up.
Then again, it's hard to tell on what stalk a person truly stands until you've seen them at the end of their rope. Isn't that so? We suppose if someone held a sword to our caps, we'd fight them with every last spore we had.
Mm-hmm. And where is the White Witch?
Somewhere in her cabin, as far as we know.
Okay.
The last we saw her, she and her apprentice Almina were rushing inside, whispering to one another. They seemed rather anxious. Perhaps they knew that those Immaculates were on their trail.
Oh. I was sort of wondering about that, right? Because I was slightly confused why they felt the need to surround her cabin rather than go sort of into it and just capture her. So maybe the barrier's been erected by her to keep them out. And so they chose to, well, you know, just surround the cabin because they couldn't really do anything else. Fun with fungi. We met some mushrooms near the White Witch's cabin. Perhaps they know something about the barrier surrounding this house. Found a spell by the wizard Maradino. It should help us gain access to the White Witch's house. Wait, so do I just have that in my inventory now? Barrier removal spell. Scribbled on an irregular scrap of parchment, the spell appears to have been written in quite a hurry. Maradino the Magnificent and Merciful commands, mushrooms make merry. By my masterful machinations, may this barrier be gone.
It appears Maradino had some talent mixed in with all that hot air.
He certainly knew how to remove magical barriers, if nothing else.
Well, that was easy. Nice. Wait. Pick up. It just, maybe it's not the most courteous thing to pick mushrooms near talking mushrooms, I guess. Well then, this was rather, a rather successful encounter, I would say. We managed to remove the barrier and gain access to the witch's cabin.
Well, what's this I've spotted?
A grassy pile. Hello. An identified nice clawed earth wand. Leather ring armor. Nice. I guess the Immaculates weren't clever enough to figure out the riddles of the mushrooms.
That takes you quickly, Source Hunter, for a second tide is swelling.
Oh.
And stack.
Hello. A couple more of these things. I thought I had already dealt with him. That's unfortunate. Void Whisperer, Void Wanderer. Wait, which one's the Whisperer? I mean, this obviously, but the is it the? Oh, there are a couple more mushrooms back here. I wonder if they can talk too. I honestly kind of dislike that the void crystals here are destructible at all, right? If they are still emitting stuns every time I enter battle, then why the hell would they, you know, work this way? Oh well, okay, what makes the most sense? So, who's stunned? Berdotta and main character. Who had the stun removal spell? That's my main character who has that, right? I think. Huh. So if I do summon in the spider... Well, I can summon in the undead warrior, maybe, instead. Because that doesn't require that many points, right? Maybe it distracts them again. Also, if I summon him in here, the melee guy has to run around him. And then, since the poison arrow was actually quite successful last time, let's poison arrow this thing. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, he's occupied with that Wanderer. Oh. Well, at least the undead warrior cost them 2 turns, basically. Holy shit. They can deal quite a lot of damage. Let's encourage everybody again.
This day we fight. This day we win.
Oh, that's from the spell. I was gonna say, wait, what? Where's the poison coming from? Well, she's kind of in a bad position again, right? She could ram this way. Do I just want to move her in front of the others and maybe enter her defensive stance? I actually wonder if I could charm these things, right? I mean, in theory, I should be able to. Also, I'm pretty sure Berdotta would see if they are immune to that, right? Since these 3 guys are so close, let's hit him with my Earth spell. Well, I already healed. Let's fortify Medora. Maybe slow the big one. Right, nice. Okay, let's see. Are they willpower, charm? So they have a 30%, or this thing at least has a 30% chance of not being charmed. Is the same true for the small ones? He only has willpower 1. Okay. And the floaty ones? Willpower 2. So if I wanted to charm someone, it should be this guy. Problem is he's standing in the oil now, so... Okay. Should hopefully distract them, right? I can definitely do this, right? Doesn't hit the charm target anymore, so... I mean, those two are distracted. I could severely wound this guy. Nice. I mean, didn't really take too much advantage of the poison in this particular scenario, but the forking off. Oh, he's made stronger. Wait, if he's stronger, they're not. They're susceptible to water and everything. I was gonna say, does Medora stand in there? Let's try the frost arrow here, because he's standing above water. He's frozen, nice. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. It's interesting that they seem to be programmed to run away from melee targets. Ooh, invisible. That is very interesting, right? So they always want to run away from melee targets, and they also cast air on themselves, or invisibility in that particular case. So they don't want to be attacked with physical attacks, which is pretty awesome if you can charm like a physical guy in this particular instance, right? Okay. Does being frozen make him susceptible to something else? Less water resistant, right? Still air resistant, though. Problem is I don't really have any... For 18 seconds. That's only 3 turns, though, right? I think I might want to hasten Berdotta, to be honest. Because being ranged and whatnot should help quite a bit. Well, I don't want to burn this guy, though. Well, then again... I mean, he will still be charmed for quite a bit, right? I don't know if this is going to burn him.
Summon fire elemental!
Okay, so because I wasn't quite sure if this guy can produce like flames below him right away. Okay, let's hasten Berdotta.
It's heating up.
Fire absorption shield, purifying fire, petrified, slow and stunned. How many AP do I get per turn? 7. So let's hold. Well, if I'm doing this, right, using the battering ram through the ice, there's a high chance that Medora will be frozen as well. But moving to them doesn't really do that much either, right? And taunting doesn't really help. Yeah, I could also just eat or something, but I'm already fortified as well. But if I throw this and then want to use the battering ram as soon as the ice disappears, doesn't work that well either, does it? Well, I could do the crushing fist, but this thing's invisible. That's too far away. He's our ally. And that thing's still frozen. Though, to be honest, using the battering ram on a frozen target doesn't really do that much either, right? Okay, battering ram takes 2 points, though. I could also just... You know what? Let's hold our turn. Delay turn. What can he do? Create a fire surface around you with you in the middle. Oh, self-emulation. Nice. Elemental Blaze. Cast 3 magical projectiles that deal fire damage each. Set burning status. Is this guy still oiled? I don't think so, right? Oh, I actually still hit the other one. Nice. I guess I can just do this then. Now it's her turn again. Can I still... What would happen if I delayed her turn again? Because she's at the end of the round now, right? Well, everything's burning over there now. You know what? Let's move her up slightly and then just wait here. Well, Lillian could attack this thing, right? Because it's now more susceptible to water. The spider doesn't do much. Petrifying something doesn't really do much either. I do have to take a look out for when this guy is not charmed anymore, though. What's my range? Oh wait, he is in range. Oh, that was weird. Not really doing as much damage as I would have wanted him to take, but... Oh well. Do I want to try to knock him down? I could also use... I kind of want to get rid of all my silver arrows, right? Oh, right. I'm too far away, though, for that. I mean, they're still occupied with targets over here, right? So... into my precision stance. Though I could... Wait, would this forklift to the other two as well? No. Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought... It's probably because of the stone in the middle, right? He's trying to go even further away. That is kind of weird, not gonna lie. A bunch of the AI, you know, as much as I like the game and as much as I enjoy the combat, some stuff that the AI does is not that intelligent, let's put it that way. The fact that they're trying to move away, you know, just in general, without really thinking about whether or not that makes sense, is arguably a little bit strange. I mean, that guy's almost dead. That guy's too. Let's maybe move up a bit. I mean, I have a lot of movement available, right? I just... Maybe I shouldn't stand directly in the water. Okay, let's see. If I move over here... Can I hit the other guy with Lair? Yeah. Not as good as I thought. Oh well. The fire elemental. And that guy's almost dead. What was this again? Create fire surface around you with you in the middle. If I did that, I would actually set this on fire, right? Let's just attack him. Duh, really? That thing is still frozen. Can I battering ram all the way here? Ah, he's standing behind the thing anyways, right? Can I knock him down? I can. Bonk. Well... I mean, I could just kill this thing, right? But the problem is if I move where it shows me that I'd move, I might topple. So let's move here. Is this enough to cripple him? Or to do one of my attacks? Yeah, this would hit him. Okay, let's kill this guy.
Is its own deliverance!
Okay, I'm quite far away now. And Bedota is actually standing in the way. I mean, I could summon in Mr. Spider as well. To potentially deal with the melee guy as soon as he isn't charmed anymore.
There is no escaping the spider's kiss.
Oh, by the way, Destroy Summon, that costs 6 action points, and my summon... Well, in this particular case, the Summon Undead Warrior only costs 4, right? So, in theory, I made... Like, I had a pretty big advantage because they used Destroy Summon on it. You know what? Do that. Let's do that on Bedota. Did I actually enter her stance, though? Oh, she's still hastened, right? I forgot about that. I was wondering why she warned, but... No, I'm not in the precision stance. I kind of failed to see how I exited that, but... Okay, let's move up a little bit. And that thing's almost dead, so... Don't even know if it's really that intelligent to use those arrows, but...
I need another chance.
Really? Oh! It still had Destroy Summon as well. Oh, that was cute damage. Would me casting Fireball... Wait. Examine. The fire elemental has a 100% chance to resist fire, right? So... me casting Fireball shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, it actually heals it. That's pretty awesome, isn't it? Can sort of passively heal the fire elemental. That is pretty awesome. Well, that's really all that I can do here. Let's use the ram through both of them. Though, well, that's gonna kill the back one. The problem is it's gonna move me way out of range for the melee one. I can move there, yeah. Okay. Nice. And then, I guess I can just move back, or can I hit him with cripple from there? No, I can't. When he's knocked down, this is gonna do a whole bunch of... well, wasn't as much damage as I thought. Aww. Poor fire elemental. I guess I'm just attacking the one on the ground. I could do Boulder Bash. I could also do the Poison Dart again. Both of them do leave behind stuff, though. Ah, well, whatever. They're weak to this, so... makes sense to use that skill, right?
No glory in this death.
Nice. Okay. Precision stance. I'm still stronger, right? So just attacking it normally should do quite a bit of damage. Even though my bow isn't the best one to deal with them. Whoop. Still not dead. Nice.
Great show of savagery, Source Hunter. But I wonder how you'll fare against an obstacle you can't beat into submission.
I've escaped the void by the skin of my teeth. But this shadowy barrier
Oh.
remains.
Well, that's a bit unfortunate. They don't seem to have thought about the possibility that you already dealt with the barrier previously. Wait, so that does more or less confirm, though, that the barrier has been put up by the Immaculates. Okay. Well, I mean, that's pretty cool, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know. Wait. Oh, I was trying to take a look at my... Never mind. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Don't mind me. Well, we already dealt with the barrier, right? So, guess they didn't really anticipate that. This was quite a fun encounter. Not necessarily a difficult one either, but definitely fun. I feel like, well, obviously, there's still much to be done in this game, right? And there are going to be... I mean, this was just sort of a, guess, site encounter or something, right? Not really a boss fight. But I do have to say that I'm slightly worried that potentially this game does suffer from the same problem that most RPGs have, which is just that it just gets easier and easier, right? And the main thing why that is, at least currently, is because I just have so many more skills to deal with situations, right? So it's not just, oh, I can like stun somebody once and then that's it, right? I have all this neat stuff available, and as soon as something, or like if I sort of cycle through my skills, the other ones are already back off cooldown before I've even exhausted all of my options, right? So, I mean, in this particular case, even though these things were 100% resistant to air damage, I still managed to deal with them quite well because I just have so much stuff available to me, right? And I can, you know, in case of, for example, if they're 100% resistant to air damage, I can just do something else with my main character who's, you know, who has a bunch of air stuff, right? I can focus on fire, I can focus on hastening, summoning something in, and all that neat stuff. So, same for Medora now, right? Where previously she wasn't really able to do anything if the ground was burned and whatnot. Now she can strengthen my allies, right? I gave her a bunch of scrolls so that she can heal as well, if that needs to be done. Their daughter can do a million different things with her arrows now, right? And I have enough arrows that I can comfortably charm enemies, for example, without running out of them. So, yeah, I can just do a lot.
I sung of chaos and eternal night, taught by the heavenly muse to venture down the darkest descent and up to reascend. Excuse us. We had something lodged in our windpipe.
Are these mushrooms connected? I mean, aren't... Because mushrooms typically are... they're like one big entity, right? So I wonder if they know of our encounter with the other one? What do you know about the White Witch?
I thought you'd never ask. What would you like to know?
Okay, yeah, I think this is literally the same thing, right? So I guess it doesn't really matter which mushroom you talk to. I do have to admit, though, I did not expect the second encounter, especially even after, or especially because we already dealt with the barrier, right? Wait, what would have happened if we ran, like, around here? Oh, I guess you can't move here if a barrier's still up, right? That would have been weird, though, right? You think I could have skipped this entire encounter if I had just entered the building right away from here? Well then, let's see what she has to say.
Slip through the void for now, Source Hunter, but believe Shadow. Extend thy grasp into our realm of light.
Okay, well. Oh, he tried to blind the one person that's wearing something that makes them immune to being blinded. Oh, hello, I know that. Mirror of Astarte. Well, that's an army of spiders. Immaculate Summoner. Could summon in my own spider. You know what? Since they're so close to each other... Wait, do they not count as enemies? That's kind of weird, but okay. I feel like that was a bug, right? Oh well. Can I set them all on fire? Is that a thing that I can do? A thing that I can try, rather? Nice. Do I want to try charming one of them again, or should I... I mean, the forking skill should deal a lot of damage here, right? Yeah. Oh, attack of opportunity. Wait, they're also... What are they doing? Why are they running away? Yeah, something really, really finicky is going on with their AI. Okay, that thing is actually attacking. Or maybe... was it because they're sort of standing so close to each other that they couldn't actually see me without running away? Shadow damage, okay. Two of my characters are stunned. I can remove stun, right? Cures petrified, slowed, and stunned. Probably want to do that to Berdotta, because she's going to be very important here. I do have to say that was quite weird with the whole, like with how everything reacted here. I think I want to summon in the fire elemental again. Maybe over here? So that they too have to deal with it? Especially with the poison there, I could try to blow up the poison. Bonk. That's a funny animation. Because now I could do the self-emulation, right? Noise. Elemental Blaze. Oh, he has the... okay. Well, still dealt a lot of damage. And he's burning. Do I want to summon in my own spider? I mean, I could do that, right? I could also... I don't know if it's a good idea to heal, because the problem is my main Shah is going to be getting attacked quite a lot by these things, I'd imagine. Berdotta might be as well, right? So maybe let's not take any chances and... do that. Let's see, let's fortify Berdotta.
Armor of the Seventh.
They all took quite a bit of damage. I mean, if I do the splintered arrow, they'll all take more damage, but it'll hit all of them, so it won't deal too much damage to every individual one, right? Still definitely a nice way to dealing with them. let's actually take a look at... So they're weak to fire. Weak to earth, okay. Do I want to use another fire arrow, or... Again, I could also charm them, or I could try to just get rid of the big one. I could try poison, but I feel like my main char is a bit too close to try that, because that's going to blow up, right?
Sniper's gaze.
Ooh, holy shit. Shadow damage they deal is not bad, though. Nice. That was a very important miss. Yeah, and it was probably a very good idea to heal him. Yeah, it was. Oh, 2 attacks. Oh, I think the Fortified doesn't really work against their shadow attacks, though, right? Okay, that spider was very confused. What the hell was that about? Why are they sometimes doing such weird things?
Breath of the Drex.
Okay. Wait. Why was I stunned?
I'm powerless to act.
Oh, hello. Oh, he made himself air thingy again. Why did he do that? Did he think that the what's it called? You think that the fire elemental was still close to him or something? Well, this actually is quite a bit of a conundrum. I mean, I could cast oil here, but the spider's already burning. I can definitely kill that one, but I mean, this one's here as well, still. I mean, I could technically kill both of them, I guess. The problem is there's another one in the back, and well, but then again, Bedota might be able to heal herself, right? Okay, I need to remember that the fortification... Oh, right. So fortification only increases your armor rating, but against that, I guess that doesn't really do anything against shadow damage, right? I don't know how much damage they're going to take from me just attacking them normally, though. Okay, that thing's gone. I mean, I still have 2 attacks, right? Okay. Nice. Cures bleeding, crippled, and diseased, heals targets with 10. I guess I could just... Yeah, honestly, let's just use the healing potion. And I should be able to take this thing out, right? Maybe the healing potion... Oh, no, I don't have enough AP. That thing just burned away. And she keeps being very confused. I wonder why that happens. Why does the spider think that it's not able to attack me? Oh, you know what? Might be a good thing to use this. Because that will also heal. Okay, that target's blocked. I could go to him, but that would... With all the burning... That should kill her, right? Wait, I could also knock him down, though. Yeah, that probably makes more sense.
Stitch of time, eh, my friends?
Okay. Lillian's turn. So, Berdotta gets another turn. Before it's the spider's turn again. Do I want to slow him? Might not be a bad idea, actually. But let's summon in Mr. Spider. Right next to him.
Escaping the spider's kiss.
Is she at risk of being killed? No, she's behind all of my other characters, right? The summoner won't attack her. Well, the summoner is also still stunned, so... Oh, he has 1,100 HP? I did not realize he had that many. Let's use a silver arrow. Oh, he's out of range for that. Never mind then. Let's just do a normal attack. Because otherwise they'd have to move around. Oh, he also doesn't actually have stun resistance. Interesting. Oh, he does have a lot of resistances. The physical resistances are only due to air though, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, I can still heal, so let's heal Berdotta. I guess that's going to be it. Oh, he made a saving throw against his second round of being knocked down, right? I don't know how much longer everything's going to burn. Let's see. I don't think that it helps much to delay my turn, but let's do it anyways. And then weaken him as well. Nice. And I get 2 attacks. Sadly, the poison failed though. Yeah. The turn delay doesn't really do much if it's already almost the end of turn, right? Okay, taunt doesn't do anything because she isn't close enough. So in theory, she would be able to ram him if the fire wasn't here anymore. So let's keep the... Oh, hello. Wow. Wait, he was able to do that again? Okay. Well, thankfully he's still standing right next to the fire. And everything he summoned in is too. The big one in the back will have to move through the fire anyways, right? And this way they also can't actually see me, which is pretty cool. At least the ones in the back, I guess. Then he isn't poisoned anymore. Wait, the poison would blow up everything though, right? Wait, what? Huh? Oh, now I can't see. That was strange. Well, I mean, I could also poison one of the spiders. So I guess my main objective should be to kill him, right? Well, attacking this thing with poison should blow up the rest as well, right? I can... Well, this would hit 3 of them as well. And potentially create even more smoke, right? Which might not be a good thing in this particular instance, but oh well. Maybe charming the front one is a good idea, though. Can it be charmed? Wait, what do they have? It does have 2 willpower. But if I can charm it, that'll be pretty beneficial.
Just like a charm.
Of course it didn't work. Well, I can try again. Nice. And I got the arrow back, so... Now they're gonna fight amongst themselves. Or just move away from the battle altogether. Why did they move away so much, though? Charmed one's just moving away as well. Okay, I guess... Oh, I already did Fireball. Okay, who is the best tools to actually hit the summoner? Let's hasten the daughter.
Someone leave an oven door open.
Can I flare the summoner? Can't see target. Yeah, that's slightly annoying. Don't have enough for teleportation. Let's flare the spider then.
Fire it up!
Dora can't really do that much. I mean, I could just throw a toxic grenade in there and blow everything up. I can't actually throw that far, though. I could also just randomly take potions and whatnot. Wait, does she maybe have items that aren't on my list here? I mean, she kinda does, but they wouldn't really be all that beneficial either. You know what? I could have... you know what I should have done? I should have given her a fire shield. That's what I should have done. Because I could have just rammed in here. And now I can't delay my turn either, because she's already at the end of the turn. Maybe... You know what? Let's actually consume the potion. And also eat something. Wait, where's my dinner? Item. Dinner. Consume. And next turn, I'm going to try doing that. Oh. They just get healed by doing that. Are you freaking kidding me? Really? Oh, that's... So I guess it wasn't the best idea to charm the spider then, huh? Well... Unfortunate. Well, it still prompted the other 3 to move away though, right? So... Maybe the poison wasn't the best idea either. Let's just round me. Let's Oath of Desecrate. Well, let's see if that works. My whole plan with the fire resistance and whatnot. Are you kidding me? That really didn't... Oh, she isn't charmed anymore. Shouldn't that have hit this one? Oh well. Now the others have to move back. They're very confused. Well, that's a good thing, though. If they have to move so much. Okay, so... let's see. Enchant self or ally with a fire shield. A fire shield absorbs fire damage until it breaks. Or... oh. Wait, I thought I had... or was it this one? Makes target immune to burning. Its melee attackers may catch on fire. That's for 3 turns, right? So let's make Medora immune to being burned. Somebody still stunned? No. Okay, now that she's immune to burning... she's not immune to being stunned or poisoned, however. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh. That was... yeah... well... that didn't really go the way I planned it to go. Yeah, there's too much water that is currently stunned, though.
What just happened?
And of course she's stunned. Fucking hell. What is he even doing back there? Well, that didn't really work out the way I wanted it to. It was a nice idea, but... oh well. I mean, I can just take out the spiders. Mr. Summoner is... oh, he cast the fire shield on himself as well. Should I just try to take out the spiders? I mean, I can try to leave one alive. I suppose. I also have Destroy Summon. I forgot about that. Wait, those are invalid targets for that? They don't count as a summon? Really? Okay. That's unexpected. Let's just try to take them out normally then. Well, that's the knockdown one. Okay. Let's kill that one.
Time of your death is at hand.
Let's get rid of that one first. I don't think I can actually hit the back one though. No. I'd have to move up for that. I mean, I can if I just do it normally though. Now we stunned everything again. Why are they running around so weirdly sometimes? Don't understand what they're trying to do. This one as well. Are they, like, programmed so that they have to run around? Is that what's happening? That is very, very strange. Well, I mean, the fire elemental isn't going to help me much if he's immune to fire now. I can cure her being stunned. Should I heal her as well? I mean, she is getting into, like, dangerous territory there, so... Giving her healing might not be a bad idea. And thankfully, she is still immune to fire. The problem is she... Oh, well, yeah, she's standing in front of the stunned area again. Does this actually hit everybody? Do I have something that would hit the guy in the back?
Never-ending motion.
Oh, I'm destroying the bed. Ah, she's going to move up for the normal attack though. Let's enter the defensive stance. And end the turn for now. Fuck. She's stunned again. Well, at least he's moving up now. Trying to blind the one person again that is immune to it. Perfect. Well, the problem is he's also still immune to burning, so... Throwing the boulder down wouldn't really do much. I can slow him, though.
Let's change the tempo.
Really? Well, that's freezing touch. Should I try to lower his resistances? I mean, that might not be bad. I could also summon in the Undead Warrior, though. To try to deal with him a bit more? Yeah, let's do that. Hopefully he isn't going to get stunned right away. Nah, looks good. Okay. Can I hit him? I can. That will stun everything again, though, right? Yeah. Oh, I completely forgot that there was another spider there. Don't know why that... Why was the other one so slow? Well, it's definitely a good thing that I healed Medora, though. But the other good thing is that the frickin' summoner is now actually in range. Okay, he's mostly weak to water, but I might be able to blind him as well. I mean, I could summon in... Wait, is he? Yeah, he's resistant to fire as well. I mean, I could, like, teleport him back into the burning fire. But my melee attackers are standing very close to him, right? Well, I don't want him to summon in the spiders again, and the 2 spiders that remain don't seem to be too difficult to deal with. Let's try to blind him. Nice. That's good. And then just... I guess I'm gonna do a normal attack on him for change. He does have pretty good resistances, but... I mean, I need to kill him at some point, right? What was this? Oh, that has bleeding. Oh, that's perfect for him. Of course it failed as well. Now he's finally stunned, though. Well... I might want to heal myself, but then again... Yeah, I want to try to get rid of him as quickly as possible, right? So... I think that should do it. Is he close enough for this? Just barely. Nice. Perfect! Oh, I actually killed it. Last one's still alive, though. What happened to it that it's so slow? Compared to the other one. Did it accidentally run into something that slowed it down? Ooh, holy moly. That was, quite the interesting encounter, I would say. And somewhat challenging as well. I mean, I wasn't really at risk at any point, I feel like, but it definitely took a while to figure out how to properly damage them.
Into the fray once more.
And I also just didn't expect that he would be able to summon in the spiders again. I thought that was a nice touch. Because that definitely made it somewhat... not challenging, but... what's the word?
Stitch of time, hey, my friends?
Like, I definitely... I had a genuine feeling that I had to sort of keep myself on my toes, right? To potentially... be able to deal whatever he threw at me.
Ooh!
Ooh! Ice Shard Skill Book. Interesting. Also, I definitely did not expect 3 encounters. That's pretty awesome. Quick save. What did I get? The thing is, pretty sure Lillian knows Ice Shard already, right? Enlightened Amulet, +1 strength, +50 HP. Worn as a sign of esteem and trust among the Immaculates. It's more or less the same thing that we got last time too as well, right? That's actually pretty good in terms of equipment. The unidentified stuff I'm going to deal with later. White Witch's Cabin. Looks like she might have hidden herself in the mirror, right? That's really beautiful music. Reminds me a little bit of Zelda. Well. Let's keep the bucket.
Hey, why didn't anyone tell me I had cabbage in my teeth?
Okay. Hey, can I just open the chest? Ooh, hello. Ah, it's a dagger though. It's unfortunate. Okay. Can't reach that one. 299 ways to wisdom. Don't have time for most of the suggestions listed in the book. Well, really? Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Mirror of Astard. Let's see what that does. Ah. As I thought, it's a transportation device. So now we're in like a hidden basement, I presume? About rifts. About rifts and their negative influence on the space-time continuum. The author of this book investigates the effect of opening too many rifts at the same location. She hypothesizes that the space-time continuum might lose its cohesion when too many rifts are formed. Until now, no one has ever experienced any problems, so she can only speculate on the possible results. Okay. Doesn't sound too good, honestly. Fire arrow. Bunch of mushrooms here. I still don't know whether or not the vials actually do anything. You can fill up the empty... Oh no, those are the wrong ones. A bucket. Staff Kit Part 1 branch. Oh, that's one of those weapons that you can build yourself. I completely forgot about those, right? Closet key. Well, let's definitely pick that up. Magical Tragedies. Part 1. Involuntary hours in limbo. I wanted to say horrors for some reason. While experienced mages all carry a pack of solitaire cards. Are you serious? Because they experiment on themselves and then are just stuck somewhere they can't get out until the spell fades. What happened to the rat? Pumpkin. Crystal, minor healing potion. Cloth scraps. Oh, there's a bunch of minor healing potions here. Nice. Potion bottle. Really. The cycling really doesn't work all that well. I don't know why the cycling doesn't just cycle through all the available objects. Since, you know, if you can't reach it, it's still gonna say you can't reach, right? Let's just do this. It's easier. Cheese! Summon Earth Elemental Scroll. It's a master level spell. Nice. Punch my empty. Hey, Mr. Rat! I wanted to talk to you. Grimoire of the Inconceivable. Crack it open, inhale the musk of its pages, and learn something new. What the hell is that? 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. I had somebody ask about lunch. Okay, 1 second. I need to very quickly do something here. Sorry about that. It's a little bit unplanned, but this one, okay. 1 second. I am going to continue any minute now. And of course I also have to sneeze at the same time. Let me see. Yeah, let's just do that. Be easier. Oh, okay. That should work. That works. That works as well. That works as well. And then do this, and perfect. Okay. One thing that sadly still doesn't work, by the way, is because I changed a little bit about how I watch the stream manager on Twitch. And it still frequently disconnects me from the chat room for some reason, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Either way, let's continue. Mr. Rat, I wanted to talk to you.
I've heard that this Loic fellow is a clown compared to Mangoth. They say he guards the most important immaculate secret of all.
Who the hell is Loic and who is Mangoth? The hell are you talking about? Are those people that I should know? Poison arrow. And bar. Really get a lot of loot here, right?
The place seems to have been searched in a hurry.
searched. I'd say ransacked is more apt.
Yeah, but I do think that they probably took their own.
I've got my eyes on the prize.
Like, they probably took their own stuff with them, right? I don't think anybody... Although, then again, maybe it was the... Because the Varia, as we learned, originated from the Immaculates, right? Or from that summoner who apparently tried to guard the house. So maybe he searched through here, and for some reason just wasn't able to find them. There's a lot of mushrooms here, holy shit. Butter knife. I don't really need the cooking pot though. Secrets of the Scroll, Volume 7. They say Sir Brightstorm had a magical weapon. The tale goes that Sir Brightstorm himself had imbued it with the tormented soul of a ghost. How he would go about that, no one may ever know, but it did make him hit harder. He could sense when and where strikes and arrows were going to land. Unfortunately, successful though Sir Brightstorm may have been, the magic could not save his life. On the contrary, it had one drawback. Wielding the sword made his body carry a heavy burden, and as soon as he would leave the battlefield, he would appear an old, worn-down man, tired, sickly. Strong as he may have been, his body one day couldn't take it anymore, and he died a young man in an old body. Well, that's kind of... Huh. Improved dagger, improved crossbow. Row of books. Nothing in here. I completely forgot about that as well. I can improve the stuff that I find, right? Yeah, I should have done that last time I was in Cyseal. I completely forgot about that. So that way my weapons would like hit even harder. Alright. Can we please... Tattered Diary. Ikara's diary radiates with a primordial incantation. Are you telling me that the summoner was not able, Adventurer's Field Guide Volume 1, was not able to actually open up the chest? How many more recipes is it going to give me? Holy hell. It takes a bit too long, right? In terms of the UI, I wish that would go faster. Finally. Secrets of the Scroll. Facing elementals is a nasty business, but luckily for the adventurous enchanter, their magical essence can imbue countless objects with the power of elements. Right, I guess I already knew that. Wait, so these are really empty, huh? Gonna read the diary in a second here.
What's this I've spotted?
Oh, it's a smoke. Interesting. Oh, so they hit the button to open the door behind the smoke. Interesting. See, can I move this? Alright, perfect. See anything else? Oh yeah, the big chest. What? Holy shit. So much good loot in here! Oh yeah, let's find the witch. A magic mirror took us down into a hidden room within Ikara's cabin, but still there's no sign of the witch herself. We must push on and keep our eyes open. She must be here somewhere. So that dumb summoner on the outside, right? He really didn't realize that there was a key just lying on one of the desks that could open up the book for a diary, and he also didn't see through the smoke that would open up the... Oh, okay, well, fair enough. Curved sword. Let's identify the rope real quick. Oral sturdy rope of Kojo something. Immunity to bleeding, water resistance. Ah, that's unfortunate. I mean, its armor rating should be a little bit higher than the ones that I'm wearing currently, but my robes currently have plus movement on them, I think. Staff Kit Part 1 Branch. As you have heard, the Elvish Elders consider gnarled and twisted wood to hold the greatest potential power within. I might want to go back to... Though this says Part 1 as well. I think the guy on the beach also sold Part 1 kits. Not entirely certain on that anymore, but if that's the case, these might be the same thing, unfortunately. Pretty sure I already read this. No, I did not. Okay. The Adventurer's Field Guide Volume 1. A true survivor can create weapons from what he finds in the wild. A tree branch deals some damage, sure, but a few nails lodged into the end will really drive the point home. Pretty sure that I've already read this. If you prefer stabbing from safe distance, drive a dagger into the end of the thing. Yeah. Pretty sure I already knew that. Grimoire of the Unconceivable. The subheader of this grimoire reads, "You don't even know what you don't know." It appears to be an unfinished work, and although you can sense something great residing within, you cannot access it. Okay, so that might be connected to something else then, huh? Creates a small ooze surface with a 1 meter radius. Okay. A tattered diary. Let's read that. I fear I haven't much time left now. They're coming. I'm certain of it. I have secured anything of value in a hidden chest that none will manage to find. But there's nowhere I can hide myself from the horrors that await me. Secured anything of value in a hidden chest. Okay.
A chest full of hidden valuables, is it? But it could be anywhere.
So we'll look everywhere. Did you expect to find it marked on your map?
Well, it's probably behind here, right? Yeah. The Immaculates are spending a lot of resources on the White Witch and causing lots of carnage along the way. We can only hope to find her alive so that we can finally discover the truth about the business that brought us here in the first place. Wait, where's the... Who's got the highest perception of my characters? 6, 8, 9, 5. Okay. Let's cast Burn My Eyes on the daughter real quick. And just move with her through the room. In case there is actually like a hidden chest somewhere. I don't know why it would be here though, if they literally have a way to hide themselves behind a wall. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not here anyway. I think what has been referenced there in the diary is just this, basically, right? The fact that we can move behind this wall. This cave is quite a bit larger than I thought it would be, though. Right? I mean, look at this. Technically, there shouldn't be anything in here, though, right? Like, no...
Beautiful cave. But who knows to what dark purpose the witch might have turned it.
Keep your senses sharp for any sign of source.
Oh, well, that's true, though. I mean, she doesn't know that we're coming, right? So... she might have actually put some traps in here.
Good thing those butchers didn't have a mind for rat's blood. They jumped into the lake before they even noticed us.
Butchers? Dead wolf. Oh, poor puppy. What happened here? One second. Hmm. Wait, can you just keep mining these things? That seems like kind of strange. Iron ore. Send this to Medora. Can you just really keep mining this stuff? That's rather strange. I mean, in theory, it would make sense that that's possible. I guess you can, because an iron vein wouldn't be depleted after like 4 mining attempts, right? But then again, it's also an RPG, and typically that's how it works in RPGs.
Could the Immaculates have slaughtered so many beasts?
I don't doubt it. But the question is, why?
Wait, this is not where the Immaculates are, though, right? Or did I get this wrong? Like,
I've spotted something interesting.
Dirt pile. Oh, hello. This is a very windy cave, though. I kind of think this is the correct way, so let's go the other way first. I don't know, I mean, wasn't the whole point of the cellar that apparently the Immaculates didn't see the switch behind the smoke and weren't really able to go here? Wait, can I not mine it? Oh, okay. Let's move this over to Medora. Just need to make sure that she doesn't get overwhelmed with this. No, she still has a lot of space in her inventory. Oh, is there like a chance that it fails? Looks like it, huh? Or maybe not. Oh, vein depleted. Huh, interesting. So that does happen. That is quite strange, though, that it just says vein depleted instead of actually, you know, making it unusable. What the hell is going on here? Maybe this is the correct way, unfortunately. This cave is rather a lot more interesting than I thought it would be. Okay, it seems like you could actually go both ways? Maybe?
It's a terrible sight, isn't it, Source Hunter? Creatures of the earth, laid low so violently.
Did that puddle just address us?
Either that, or our judgment's been addled by mushroom spores.
Oh, I thought their daughter said that. The lady in the lake. Either we're hallucinating, or we were addressed by a puddle of water down in the caves beneath Ikara's cabin. The voice urged us to meet her by a lake further down the cabin. Huh. Oh, you can just move to the chest. I was gonna say, wait, how do you get to it? Superior longbow? That looks interesting. You know what? If I do get new stuff, I should probably also just you know, identify it and look at it. Unbreakable helmet. Light fire staff. Can't really do anything with that though, because that's two-handed. Let's send this over to Lillian already. Okay, so I need to take a look at Medora, and I need to take a look at their daughter's stuff. Earthwand. Well, it's not a bad one, right? I might want to swap over my elements somewhere. Okay, so Medora, Berdotta's gear, and then potentially the wand. I think that's actually worse than the one that I have. Equipment. Let's take a look. So, the Earth one that I got is actually worse than these ones. Huh. Oh, because it's level 9. Interesting. Yeah, and this one obviously has much better armor rating, but the movement's just too good. Technically, I'm not even moving that much, right? Usually, but if you have to, it's incredible to have the added movement. So, yeah. These are just for strength characters. Okay. Would the wand be better than hers, though? I think it would be, but only very slightly. Yeah, it's actually very, very slightly better. Yeah, that's not really worth it. Let's see, her bow compared to this one. Oh, well, it's actually not better, right? That's really weird how these things keep rolling. Because it's one level higher, and it does deal 5 more piercing damage at the minimum and 7 more at the maximum. But it also doesn't deal additional elemental damage. It does have a 6% crit chance added onto it, which is probably not bad, and 50 HP. Yeah, so I guess on paper it would be slightly better, but it also doesn't have, well, for my case, I think having the stun effect is really, really good. Though apparently against the void creatures it wouldn't really do anything, but against everybody else, having a 20% chance to stun them is pretty good. And then these two things, while having... Yeah, they also don't have the movement options, right? Her helmet might be better, though. Or not. Well, the new one gives plus HP. Actually requires 1 more strength. Interesting. Guess the plus HP wouldn't be too bad. And these things? Wait, they require 7 strength and give you plus 1 dexterity. Really? Why not? Let's actually equip those. Let's also double check, because I feel like I actually... Nope, durability's still fine. Can repair this one. And her bow as well. Okay. $160 gold. I definitely did not expect such a huge cave to be below the hut. Well, then again, maybe it's not actually directly below the hut, right? Maybe it's more of a... They placed the mirror and then built like a magical hut here. Place a mirror there so that they can move between their hut and the sort of basement. Immaculate Rain. Oh, there's a bunch of these guys here. Wait, so they do have a camp down here? So they must have actually... Maybe they closed the door behind him again? So we are still... If the diary's speaking about a hidden chest, I guess we're still looking for that then? Interesting. Let me double check something. Okay. I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna take my lunch break here. It might take a bit longer than usual, but I definitely want to continue afterwards as well. So yeah, bear with me on that. It's gonna take a couple more minutes than usual, but I think it makes more sense to take a break here, right? Rather than engage with them and then take a break. That being said, so I think where we're trying to get to is probably actually here. The optional quest with the lake might be somewhere here, potentially. So I might go back around, right? I think that makes sense. Yeah. And then this encounter should be interesting. Because in this particular case, while they do seem to be immaculates, they might not necessarily be able to summon in spiders and whatnot. Immaculate Swordsman. Yeah, this might actually be a pretty fun encounter. So we have a Necromancer, a Cryomancer, a Ranger, and a Swordsman. If I'm not overlooking someone. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So let's save it. And then I'm going to take my lunch break and... Let's see. Where's my... There it is. Yeah, as I said, hopefully it's not going to take too long, but I do want to take a break here. Feel free to stick around. I'm going to be back in, well, hopefully 30 minutes, maybe a little bit longer than usual, though. Can't promise anything on that front. And then we're going to go for another about 3 hours afterwards, though. And hopefully find Ikara. As usual, I definitely did not expect this to be such a, intricate dungeon below the HUD. Once again, the game's actually quite surprising in that regard, because the HUD in and of itself seemed like a pretty proper challenge, right? I mean, think about it. We had 3 encounters with void creatures, the last one actually also being the fight against the summoner himself. And we had to solve the riddle with the barrier and talk to the mushroom, right? Which by the way, if you answer that wrong, I wonder how you actually get through the barrier. I mean, maybe you get another chance with the second mushroom or something. But maybe you'd also have to turn around and go to Silver Glen first and try to deal with it that way? Would have also been quite interesting to see, to be honest. But yeah, those were 3 encounters. Then you go into the cabin, go into the mirror, and you already find quite a big sort of basement, right? With all kinds of interesting secrets and items to discover in the diary and whatnot, right? And then it goes even further beyond into this entire cave system that then also houses a side quest as well, right? That's just kind of crazy to me. And as I keep saying during this playthrough, the thing is also, right, you'd expect these type of sort of dungeons in other places, right? Yet the game is always sort of surprising you with these in places you don't really expect them to be, right? Places that seem like they're just, oh, this is the quest objective, we'll go there, we'll do the quest, and that's it, right? But that in those kinds of situations, they're presenting you with like a huge dungeon and, countless encounters and what else, right? You know, environmental traps and whatnot. And in other places where you think, oh, you know, maybe there's a bunch of more stuff going to happen, then suddenly it's only a small, like, it's just really cool how they, I don't even know if that's done on purpose or if I'm just so used to how other games do it that I just don't really expect it here. I guess that's probably more the case. I really, really like it though, because it just doesn't work. You know, other games, especially if we go back to Skyrim and whatnot, Skyrim gets very formulaic in a bunch of ways if you keep playing it, right? That's not to say that there aren't surprising moments in it. There are definitely very, very cool quests in, like, the Elder Scrolls series in general. And Skyrim has some really, really surprising and really, really cool quests as well. Things that are either very unique or just tell very cool stories or have very cool characters in it or present you with something that you just didn't expect would be in the game, right? But a lot of the, I guess, quote-unquote, more normal dungeons, there's a lot of formulaic stuff in there as well, right? And I would say overall, obviously, Skyrim is still an incredible game, and it does give you a lot of stuff to do, but it's still, I don't know, it's just not as surprising as this game. It's not as, it has a lot of formulaic elements, not necessarily in a bad way, but definitely to a point where you just don't really, you know, how do I put it? You kind of know what to expect, right? I would say that even in quests that are very unique, you're still never really surprised, I would say. That is also due to the gameplay being very samey, though, right? I mean, especially in Skyrim, if you sort of find your own way of dealing with stuff, I mean, in theory, you could do something else, but why would you, right? The game is definitely not pushing you the way this game does as well. The fact that, oh, suddenly they're void creatures and they're 100% resistant to air damage, right? And you suddenly have to do things slightly differently, and like the game just pushes you to try a lot more compared to Skyrim, where as soon as you level a skill to a certain, you know, value or something, it just sort of becomes your default option, right? There are a bunch of things, especially because you can use everything all the time. For example, I always ended up, I ended up sneaking first, using a bow, doing the first strike, potentially poisoning them, getting sneaking damage off, and then I would swap over to maybe a two-handed weapon or something and just, you know, kill them. And it very frequently just ended up being sort of the same pattern without ever really having to think about what other choices I could do and how, you know, what other things I might try out, right? And I think that also contributes to things always feeling kind of samey. Anyways, though, let's stop with the Skyrim talk. Actually take the lunch break. I'll be back in about 30 minutes, hopefully. And I hope you stick around until then. See you right after lunch. All right, and we are back. Okay, let's get situated here again. Hopefully it didn't take too long. I think it was about 30 minutes. It's always a little bit of a... I wish I could do that in like a different way, but it just works the best like this for me. Oh yeah, whatever. Let us try and deal with this situation here. Well, since there are three, so there's a ranger and two people who can cast. So in theory, we would be quite exposed if I were to attack from range as well, right? So I think Well, it would probably still be alright to sort of just attack from here, right? Because... Well, what I'm thinking about, right, is that if I'm standing here, I could burn the surface and make it so that they can't get to me all that well. But as I said, 3 of them being casters, maybe that's not actually the best course of action. I mean, I can still start attacking them from here.
Heard any good tales, my friend?
I wanted to talk to the rat, sorry.
Do you smell spicy smoke? These cretins must be making a barbecue of the witch's magic herbs.
Okay. Cool. Good to know, I guess. Yeah, question being, who do I want to attack first? Wait, how did... what? The stone's literally like a meter below where it supposedly hits... oh, well. To be quite honest as well, I think it might be more beneficial to attack with my magic caster first, because that'll deal more damage, I think. What the f... That's really annoying. Okay. What? Wait, what? Can't see target? Why? Are you kidding me? Why does it always have to be so annoying? Oh, wait, or is he... Oh. I think he's invisible. Okay, that makes more sense. Wait, that's kind of strange, though. Is he really? Doesn't say anything about that, though. How weird. Didn't it literally show me his, like, cone of vision earlier? Yeah, it shows me the cone of vision of the other guys. Eh? Oh, or is he like, is he behind? Because there are so many corpses here, right? I guess for some reason it counts him as being behind the corpses? Well, that's dumb. That's really, really dumb. Yeah, see, from this position, I can attack. Well, that's really dumb. Oh well, let's do that then. Of course. Are you freaking kidding me? What the fuck? Is there like some sort of invisible thing here? Did they summon some sort of invisible barrier? That's annoying. What the fuck? Yeah, moving for... might... Ah, it works from here. Well, that was incredibly annoying. Well, hopefully it was the right decision to just attack them. I guess so. What do I want to do? I could poison him and then throw down the boulder or something? Or just oil the surface for now. I mean, my main character definitely starts first, right? So might be worth to just oil everything. If I can get rid of the ranger first, I think that should be... I think that would be quite good. Let's oil... I need to make sure that the other guy can't really... that he has to move around, right? And then... let's strengthen Bedotta. Perfect. And is she close enough to hit him? Well, I still want to... let's move here. I still want to burn the ground, right? Hi. He's very slightly too far. Oh well. Let's keep the stuff then for later. Oh. Well, that did way more damage than I anticipated. Can I hit that guy? He's out of sight. How many AP do I get per round? 8. Yeah. Let's end her turn. And then burn the ground. That should burn the oil, right? Poor rats! Don't move away from there! Sorry, guys. Well, that's also good because that means they're out of, what's it called? Not out of sight. They are, they can't see me, potentially, hopefully. Also, let's actually remember this. I could also hasten a target. Should I maybe give the Avatar of Fire to Medora next turn? Because I don't know if she already wants to move. No, let's do that this turn. So that she can't be burned. Let's see what they do. Okay. You turn invisible. Oh, so that's why all the animals are here. Interesting. Ooh, I got lucky there. That's why the animals are here. I was gonna say, what the hell is the necromancer doing? Also, I didn't realize he would be able to go there. Freezing failed. Okay. Resurrected Boar. 400 HP, really? That's a lot. They're actually all outside of her. Well, let's do this as well. I mean, I could just walk through the fire, right? Since I can do that. Am I really not able to hit this guy? The boar's gonna move as well. No, let's wait. Oh, wait. The fuck? The boar can... The boar has ranged attacks? Are you serious? Okay. Sure. This should burn him, right?
Lifts like a feather, drops like a troll.
Well, at least in theory. Oh yeah, he is burning. Okay. I was gonna say. Can't see that guy. I could... Let's maybe fortify Medora if she's gonna walk in there. Why? How is he able to hit me? That is really, really annoying. Sometimes stuff doesn't count, sometimes it does count. Oh, he's behind. No. Okay, that's somewhat unfortunate. Well, I mean, she has her precision stance on, right? That's also unfortunate. I mean, I could move her, like, over here, but she'll still not be able to hit them, right? Because of this weird interaction with the stones. I can't even turn off the stands, I just realized. Well, that is really unfortunate. Could just do this, to be honest. I mean, except for the boar, all the other ones still have to move to do anything, right? Unless he's somehow allowed to hit me. Let's do this. I know that it's not really, you know, doesn't really do that much, but... How many points do I get? 8, right? So I could move for 1 point. Oh. Seriously? He can see me from there again? Oh god. Well, at least they aren't immune to air, right? They're even really susceptible to it. Oh, he's behind the smoke. Well... To be honest, I could just kill him. Oh, I can actually hit the Necromancer as well. Well, that makes things easier then, right? Should I just... I can actually teleport the Necromancer into the fire, and then try to ram them all with Medora, right? They're standing on the same spot. What? Huh? Oh, okay, now it works. Also, moving the Necromancer a little bit closer in general is probably not a bad idea.
Sigurd's strength imbue me!
What was that? Is he resurrecting another one? I do need to potentially heal at some point now. I need to remember that Lillian is... Oh, did he unburn himself? I think he's burning again. Okay, she is still... Yeah, she's still immune to fire. Well, I could move behind these two. Might not be too bad. If I do this, and then do the whirlwind. That did quite a lot of damage. And then I could knock down, because these two are knocked down. Well, he is almost dead, right? I could actually knock down the boar. Let's knock down the necromancer. Oh, that was... I think the boar didn't really know where to run. Okay, this should fork off nicely, right?
One mark is not enough.
Nice. Oh, that killed him. Nice, nice, nice. And then... Oh, she also has her oath thing up, right? Nice. Next one gone. She has Oath of Desecration. That's why she's dealing so much damage. I could actually try to hit the boar. I mean, Medora is standing right next to this guy, and he's still knocked down, so... No, let's... Well, the Necromancer is still knocked down as well. Let's kill the boar, actually, because it's not knocked down. Nice. Oh, did somebody else die? Whoa! Oh yeah, I think the Necromancer took, like, burning damage or something. Okay, so the wolf, in theory, shouldn't be able to attack me from there. Well, this worked out rather nicely, didn't it? Honestly, let's actually heal, before I forget that. I think that makes more sense. Petrified, slowed, and stunned. Unfortunately, that doesn't work for freezing. He had to move quite a lot. I do need to remember that she only has one turn remaining of not being burned. I don't think she's actually standing in the burning thing, though, right? But just move up to him. I'm not really sure I will be able to burn. Let's enter her defensive stance, though, just in case. Because I think the dog's gonna try to attack her as well. Okay, I'm in my stance. Do I have something? I'm bleeding, crippled, diseased. No. Let's attack... Yeah, let's attack the swordsman. Oh, he's stunned. Nice. Well, I actually got lucky there. Sometimes... Man, that's incredibly weird. Why? Where did the water come from? Was it there originally? Like, what the hell? By the way, do these guys stay around forever, or do they have, like, a limit on Talent Zombie? I think that guy's gonna stay around, right? If I don't kill it. Well, he's actually healing from that. That's unfortunate. Well then, he's stunned. I mean, I could just attack him with a normal attack. I could hasten somebody. I could do all kinds of things. Can I actually cast the other thing that's still on cooldown for one round? I could cast Fire Shield on the door, though. She's not standing in the fire. I could move her to the wolf, though.
I'm in my element.
Right? And just get rid of this guy. Oh, she got stunned for that? That's unfortunate. Fire shield didn't really do as much as I wanted it to. Yeah, the poison thing doesn't really work all that well. If I throw this down, I can't see him. So, you know what? It's only one small wolf. I should be able to take it out. Slow him down though. Oh, I could have potentially healed Medora, right? Oh well. Okay. Oh, that worked out quite nicely, I think. That was actually pretty crazy how much damage Berdotta did, specifically. That was pretty crazy how well she handled this. And with the fire shield and everything, Medora is even more powerful. I mean, this is like a perfect spot as well, right? The fact that, well, if the necromancer should have just stayed in the back, right, and should have just kept chain resurrecting the animals. That would have been pretty problematic if he had done that. But since for some reason he didn't, let's get rid of the burning stuff. Since he didn't decide to do that, but instead wanted to, well, I don't know what he wanted to do there, to be quite honest. So, see, animal hide, water resistance potion, bunch of gold, raw meat from a zombie boar. It's probably going to taste great. So I guess they were trying to do some experiments on these beasts then. Try to resurrect them potentially with different, I don't know, different sort of properties. Oh, firefly. Nice. Lockpicks. Gold. I honestly did not realize that he would be able to run past my fire as well. I thought I had very, you know, burnt the whole place pretty good, but he actually went past here. Sometimes it's also quite hard to see where you can run and where you can't, because I thought because of the plans here, right, that this might not be considered play space, but apparently it was. 4 small sheeps though. Also, this is kind of a fucked up. Never mind. All the poor animals. That wolf pup. Well, that's even sadder. Did they actually... It looks like, because there are a lot of small animals here as well, right? It looks like they might have actually raised them. Like, specifically raised animals and then killed them to have more... to have a higher body count for their experiments, maybe? Well... At least I killed them now, so we can't keep doing that, thankfully. I wonder if there's going to be more encounters with the Immaculates.
Do you see the lake below? Please, come and speak to me there. I have so much to tell you.
Okay. Mr. Rat.
Did the witch tell you what sort of treasure she buried? Perhaps she wrote it down somewhere.
Right. I'm still looking for an invisible chest as well. Okay, I think this might be the lake we're trying to get to, although... Does look rather strange. Veilana. 11. I don't know, so... If this is the lake, and potentially connected to that side quest, then where's the main quest? How close would I be to 11 anyways? Ooh, not even close. That's interesting. So, for the first time in a long time, I might actually be a level below the boss I'm trying to fight. Definitely a whole bunch of dead animals down here. We do have dead Immaculates here as well, though. Ah, well, then again, they might also be trying their experiments on actual humans, right? Okay, wonder what's here then. Definitely a very interesting cave. I also like the background, right? These weird flying squid things. Or not squids. Wait, what are they called? Completely forgot their name. Is it squid? What the hell was that? Jellyfish! Huh, that was the word that I was looking for. Jellyfish. Oh, hello. The fuck's going on there? Oh, so they're still digging through the witch's stuff and they're burning everything in their wake. Interesting. Okay. So I might want to go there first, right? In theory. Take a look at this first and then go back here. Fight her last. With a little bit of luck, I might be able to level up before I engage her. But I don't think that'll be possible. I would have to get... Well, there would have to be a lot of other encounters here, not that one. Not only that one encounter, right? Oh, sorry. Eating some gummy bears. Oh, hello. Hello. I did not see you there. Wait. Where are the other ones? What? Oh. Huh? How did that work? Were they all invisible? Arrowmancer. They might have been? Well... Wait, seriously, where are the other ones? Oh, there is one. Okay. Cleric, Ranger, Swordsman. Oh. Well, this is going to be interesting because I'm in between the two. Well, if there's a cleric here, I'm probably going to kill that guy first. Well, then again, he's very far away from most of the other ones, so... Swordsman. Let's throw this thing here first. Don't entirely know yet how I'm gonna create 2 fire puddles. Then again, maybe I can throw another sort of grenade. I don't know if I... Oh well, there is... That should work, shouldn't it?
Flaming boot soles,
Yeah.
idea.
It's not perfect, but it could work. Should I do lots of desecration for Bedotta again? I don't know. She might want to charm somebody. Although then again, I might want to keep the charming arrows. I could also slow or fortify. Well, fortification doesn't have that much if I don't know who they're going to attack, right? Does she have any other... Well, this costs too much, right? Yeah. I only have 3 AP remaining. So that won't work. I could just attack myself. I might want to keep the slow for somebody else, I don't know. Let's just use Oath of Desecration on that daughter. That's always quite a good idea. Because she could... Tiny bit far away from that guy. Well, I'm gonna burn this as well, right? I could attack the cleric, though. Where is her maximum range? So I would be almost able to attack that guy. Let's maybe... Can I use like 1 AP to move over here? Is that enough? Yeah, it is. Oh, is he very slightly beneath? This should work, right? Oh, I used 1 AP. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I have to keep that. Let's create some fire here then.
Time to set the world on fire.
The question being, where do I want Medora to go? Could also hasten somebody. That might actually be the better choice in this specific case. Let's hasten Bedotta. Wait. Why is the cleric moving through the fire? I thought he was trying to... I forgot that clerics sometimes are that was... That was a lot of damage. Oh, there's the other guy. I was gonna say, there has to be another one somewhere. Well, it's a good thing that I burned the bridge then. Ooh, thankfully that didn't stun. Wait, why'd she take so much more damage? That was weird. Well, I could encourage, right? That's gonna heal as well. Encourage is actually pretty good for healing, I have to say. Well, the problem is she doesn't have a fire shield now. Let's maybe knock down the swordsman or something? Could also knock down the cleric or the aromancer. Maybe I should have given her the fire shield. Well, then again, I didn't realize what was going to happen, right? Okay, that guy still has to move. I can't see that. Can't see him anyways. Well, I mean, they're all burning, right? He is not, so let's knock him down. Knockdown failed, shit. Okay, well, Lillian should probably heal their daughter first. That's gonna be a good idea, and then I could slow. I could also fortify someone. Who would be good to slow in this particular case? Maybe the cleric? I don't know what the Aromancer can do. I mean, the Aromancer can potentially stun me, right? So let's slow that guy. Now I just need to figure out what to do with her being... Well, let's maybe move out of the fire first. If I do that, it's gonna fork off of the other guys, right? Holy shit, that does so much damage. It's really, really good. Well, he's slowed, but it probably still makes sense to... Well, I can... I don't know. As I said, I don't really want to... I could poison this guy. It's also going to blow up the fire and stuff, right? Yeah. Also creates a bunch more smoke, so the ranger hopefully can't hit me. But this guy's... Well, main shot also gets another attack, right? Yeah, the slow might have not been the best idea, to be honest. Oh well. The Aromancer seems to die anyways. But chuck down a... can I hit all three? I don't think so. Let's do it anyways.
Mercy on your soul.
Okay, thankfully he used up his AP to come here. Well, that... Oh, that actually encouraged the other ones. I did not realize that was... Okay. Ooh, that dealt a lot of damage. Holy shit, what was that? How could he still do that after healing and moving? Well, she will heal, thankfully. Hopefully before she dies. Well... At least he's now very close, right? So I should hopefully be able to deal with him. Crippled and... Oh, if I move up, like 1 point this way, I should be able to hit both of them with the... Oh, shit. Yeah, it costs 4 AP though. Ew, that's unfortunate. Well... Let's go into the defensive stance though, because I'm very close to them. Oh, now I can't move anymore. Well, let's move then. At least that way, hopefully, I'm standing a little bit in the way of the ranger back there. Well, I do still have a bunch of turns here. Let's maybe fortify their daughter, so she hopefully doesn't take that much damage. And then I could try to hit this guy with the poison arrow, because that'll also explode stuff around him, right? Yeah. Takes a bunch of damage that way. And Bedota, does she have, wait, let me check item, does she have like the orange juice, for example? Well, she could still attack if I use the healing potion instead of the orange juice. Honestly, let's use the healing potion. I have more than enough of those, I think. And I don't want her to die, even though I have a billion resurrection scrolls, but if she would die in combat, that would probably be very, very annoying to deal with. He's still crippled. Let's try to make his armor a bit worse. Could also just summon in my fire elemental as well. Do I want to blind that guy? You know what? Blinding this guy might actually be a better idea. Not stunned. Okay. He doesn't know what to do. Okay. Inflicting bleeding. Wait, was he trying to look for a potion? Oh, I'm still in my defensive stance, right? He's crippled. He's just blinded. Well, this guy's still here. Oh, he consumed that. That's what it was. He consumed an antidote or poison resistance thing. Probably to take less damage, I assume. Well, can I like hit both of them? Nope. Fortunate. Let's knock him down. Of course, it didn't work. Okay, Bertotta's looking pretty good again at this point. He's still blinded, so he can't even do anything. You know, at this point, I can probably just start chugging stuff at them. Oh, because he's burning, right. Well, they all are. No, wait, he's not. The skills are back. Interesting. Well, he's still burning, right? He's crippled, but he would be dead, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Let's just stun him. That way they both can't do anything. Oh, I can still do something, though. Oh, I could have also just... Oh, well. Still blinded. Oh, that was a bleed, right. Ooh, nice crit. That would be 6 AP. Really? Can I move 1 point? Does that work? Fortunately not. Oh, nice. She's still standing right next to the fire. Perfect. Still blinded, by the way. Has no idea what's happening to her and suddenly gets hit. Like, imagine that, right? Imagine just standing there, being completely blind, not knowing what's happening around you, and suddenly you realize that a big boulder is hitting you from above and the ground begins to burn beneath you. Well, that worked quite well. Though I did get a little bit hairy with Berdotta there at some point. Where she took a little bit more damage than I thought she would. Okay.
Bless the seven I have restored.
Silver arrow gold. Right, they did all move up, right? So yeah, I already looked at these corpses. Well, the thing is, I have so many things that deal status effects, right? Like stunning, blinding them, burning them, poisoning them, right? That they very rarely have a chance of actually hitting me at all, right? Though, that being said, I always have to remember that I am just as susceptible to those as they are, right? So, if they're able, so for example, in the previous encounter, somebody froze Lillian, right? So in that particular case, it takes away one of my healing options. It takes away, well, an entire turn, or 2 entire turns in that case, from one character, right? And that can be quite detrimental. So, even though they sometimes does look very, well, not very easy, but certainly, you know, not that challenging, I suppose, I still think that you can very quickly still run into very, very difficult situations. I might be able to get out of them as well, right? Considering that I would have resurrection scrolls and all kinds of other things to deal with very difficult situations, but at the same time, you know... Oh, a weathered brass scope that extends the range of what you can perceive. Useful for sighting enemies from a distance.
A beautiful view indeed. To think this sanctuary has been compromised by dark forces. Forces you can combat.
I do wonder why this Lady of the Lake is talking to me, though. I mean, well, that in of itself makes sense, right? But what's going on with Ikara? Where the hell did she go? Well, this is a very curious place, isn't it? Oh, do you think I might have been able to attack them from here? Let's just make sure, just make sure that I'm not overlooking something here. So hopefully 11 perception would have been enough to...
I spotted something interesting.
Oh, hello. Oh, a lot of mushrooms. I don't think these are particularly useful, because I don't think they're for healing potions, if I recall correctly. Well, if I did find that dirt pile, though, that probably does mean that I didn't run past the supposedly invisible, or at least very well hidden chest that we're looking for here. So I guess now I have to try to deal with these guys. So they're summoning in a bunch of fire. They're still susceptible to that themselves, though, I'm pretty sure. So...
Meet me at the lake, Source Hunter. Do not delay.
Well...
If you plan on taking out these pyromaniacs, a word of caution. There are more of them just behind the garden who are likely to join the fray.
Thanks for the hint, little rat. Behind the garden?
Burn the unholy magic from the goddess's domain.
What garden, though? This one? So they're, like, here somewhere? Would I be able to see them? Or is that a thing that I cannot do? You think that they would be... Well, they have a slight fire resistance, but... Well, the main problem's going to be that they will try to burn me, right? Which in this particular case might be a good idea to cast rain, right? Are they all pyromancers? Yeah, I think so. Most of them, anyways. Casting rain in this particular case, probably a good idea. Well, before we get any items. So, I guess the rat's suggesting that there are going to be people appearing from here. So they might try to fall into my back.
Fire! Cleanse this wicked place!
So technically, I guess there's 4 of them. I'm seeing that correctly. I wonder if they have cooldowns on their spells as well. It does show quite a few more on the turn list for some reason, right? Oh, they have elementals here. That makes sense. Okay. Well,
I prefer to drown my sorrows with ale.
Let's cast rain this time. Oh, and summon in Mr. Spider. Summon Spider! I think this is going to be an interesting one. Let's see. She's somewhat far from them. I could try to charm one of them, right? Or I could try to charm one of these flame champion things. So I don't know if I want to charm them. Not yet anyways, I don't think. That enough? Yeah. Oh, I should have used the other one. I thought I had... I forgot that I moved. Okay, This is 4 AP. I was gonna say, do I want to hasten Berdotta? Let's summon in Nick, though. That way they have to deal with my summons first, before they can do anything else. Where the hell is he moving? Oh, that's what the rat was talking about with behind the garden, I guess. They have a lot of fire stuff. Yeah, I do think I might want to try charming one of them, because otherwise this is probably going to be very problematic. I was gonna say, is any one of those even... They always try to move back as well, right? It's quite funny. Okay. They're also all standing in fire, by the way. Or not in fire, in water. It's going to be... probably quite funny to utilize. I actually hit those two as well with that. Nice. The range on that's pretty nuts, right? Let's enter turn for the time being. Okay, Nick's gone, unfortunately. Let's cast Oath of Desecration on their daughter, I think. And then... Are these guys susceptible to poison, actually? Standing in the way of the other ones. Well, I have to deal with them anyways, right? So... Ooh, that's a lot more damage than I thought it would be. Okay, let's do the fork thing. In theory, it should hit, like, most of them, right? It can only fork off 4 times, though. That attack is crazy. She's also, you know, stronger because of her stuff. Wait, do I have... Static Cloud Arrow? I mean, that would hit my spider, but it would also hit all of them, like all of the other ones. And they're standing right inside the water, right? Well, this guy's almost... well, he might just die from that anyways, right? Wait, that also creates smoke? Huh. Okay. Did not realize that would happen. Oh right, I still have the haste. Let's put that on Berdotta as well. Oh, I was gonna say, wait, it removed one other status, but it removed the wet status because she got warm. Well, he's stunned anyways, right? I mean, they all are. I could... Yeah, but healing the spider doesn't really do that much, right? Funnily enough, well, now I can't, but if I were to summon in my fire elemental, he would actually be healed by most of their attacks, right? It's quite funny to think about, honestly. Let's do that then. Okay, they're attacking the spider. That's fine. But you can't see the spider, I think. Okay, poor spider's gone. That's quite unfortunate. I think the static cloud's gonna stay around for a while, right? If I move there, I think Medora's actually getting poisoned. Which would be pretty bad. I think... Well, there's still stuff burning on the ground, right? Should I try to just chuck the poison grenade in there? Let's see, if I move here... Okay, it would in theory hit all three of them. Oh, nice. Poisoned and stunned. All three of them. And, well, the cloud's not making it easier for them, right? Okay, let's enter the defensive stance though, in case the ranged guys are deciding to attack me. Where's the other one anyways? I mean, they'll have to move a lot in order to get to me. It's still gonna rain a bunch, right? So... guess I could just chuck that in there. I mean, at least it's gonna hit all three, right? It's probably not gonna do much. Oh, I could also summon in other... let's just prepare, to be honest. I mean, I can still chuck it in there. Just want to make sure that I actually hit all three. Bonk. Still all stunned and poisoned. Well, now I can't see anybody, right? So her being hastened didn't help that much, unfortunately. And if I move her around too much, like if I move her closer to where I can hit this guy, or girl rather, I would potentially kind of expose myself to, right? Let's do this then.
Light up, talisman. Protect me.
I mean, they're oiled now. They're stunned, poisoned, and oiled. Let's move up by 1 point. Oh, that was kind of dumb. Unfortunate. Oh, did she not see the oil? They're literally just moving through the smoke. Do they have... Wait, do they have like 100% poison resist? They might have, huh? I mean, nothing's burning there, right? It's just oil? Hmm. I don't know if that would move me into the oil, though. It's a bit unfortunate that I can't hit 4 of them.
Get out of my way!
I think I'm oiled myself now, so I probably shouldn't chuck a fireball in here. Are they all not? He's still stunned. Why is that? Wasn't his turn yet, I suppose? Knocked down, but they can be hit by most of the other stuff that I can do, right? Knock down. Well, getting rid of the cleric's probably the best idea for now, right? Ranger's knocked down. I can't really do that much, but everybody else still gets a turn as well. Normal attack would be 3 AP, right? So I could summon the Undead Warrior, just for fun. I mean, I might help out Medora a little bit. It's not really necessary, I feel like, but...
Shadows of hell, breathe life into you.
Why not? The one thing that I didn't really think about here, in particular, is that the Pyromancer, or they all might start attacking with oil, which might hit Medora. That would be pretty bad, to be honest. Oh well. If it happens, it happens. Okay, nice. Well, one less guy to worry about. Wait, how many... What the fuck? Because I guess I kept a bunch of points and she's hastened? That's crazy. Whoa, that was a 370 crit! Nice! Well, I can't see the other target. Wait, can I cast the Fire Shield on Medora? Oh, that has way smaller range than I thought it would. I could heal her. It's not doing much really, but... Knocked down for a turn and stunned for 2. Holy shit. Can't see the cleric either. Well... Is there anything that I could do? I mean, I could chuck a fireball in. Well, I guess I could cast fireball so that I'm only hitting, like, the front guy. But not everyone. Well, the problem is Medora is still oiled, right? Whereas the other guys are not. Oh, wait, the Ranger still is. I don't know how much damage that would deal to Medora, but then again, let's not do that. Could summon in the fire elemental if I really wanted to. The problem is that most spells are targeted, right? So, fortunately, I can't really do that much there. It is somewhat unfortunate that you can't just chuck the spells in there anyways. Maybe just with a lower hit chance. I guess that would make smoke severely less beneficial, right? But at the same time, I would say that I mean, in theory, I still know where they are, especially if you knock them down, right? So, I guess, you know what would be incredible? If smoke appears, right? Maybe they could do that for invisibility too or something, but if you do that, right, if smoke appears and whatnot, then I think what would be incredible is if sort of the last known position of a character would still be attackable, right? But you don't know whether or not they moved. That would be cool. Though, arguably, I guess one thing that I didn't think about is that, you know, in universe, in lore, these spells might also have, or might need some sort of target, just because it's sort of in their nature, right? So they might need to target because they're somehow the ether of a person or something is the target for the spell, right? And so, you know, you maybe need to see them to properly attune to their aura or something, and you need that aura in order to actually hit them. I never tried Thunder Jump. It doesn't work if I can't see them either, right? Well, what do I do then? I guess let's summon in Mr. Fire Elemental. Just for funsies. See guys, I can do that too. Oh wait, what did he do? How did they both get stunned from that? Are they standing in like a puddle or something? Poor guy, knocked down, lying stunned on the ground, right? Let's just do that then. I don't know what else to do with my points at this point. Oh. Smoke went away. Poor Medora being stunned. Well, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. But then again, in this particular case, they actually provided a bunch of the very beneficial burning ground that I usually create. bucket, shovel, bucket. So I guess the rat was actually talking about, because I thought that, I thought that what was going to happen is that 2 or 3 guys were trying to fall into my back, right, and appearing here behind the garden. But what the rat was actually saying is that there were 2 people here that were sort of hidden. Which, because I went to this chest, I actually saw them, I'm pretty sure, but it didn't sort of really register in my brain that that's where they were. I mean, ultimately, it didn't really matter all that much because they were so far away and had to move so much, especially because of the smoke, that they ended up, being pretty unimportant in the grand scheme of things. Wait, why? What? Where the hell did I move? Was there still some fire on the ground left somewhere? There's a lot of these mushrooms here. Well, I guess that means that I dealt with most of this stuff. I might actually want to craft potions and whatnot. I don't think it's necessarily going to be too important. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I used almost no resources, I'm pretty sure. But that being said, having additional healing potions, probably not the worst idea in the world. Fun with Fluids Volume 4. I think I have that already. Oops, I don't think that's what I wanted to... Stop picking up stuff I don't need! Let's pick this up. Pick up the mushroom. Empty potion bottle. Okay. Well, maybe fighting that boss character there might lead to me gaining a level. It's still really crazy it's just crazy to me how big these caves are, right? And how much stuff there is to do. Okay. Let's see, so she's waiting there. There is this sort of side path here, though. Oh.
Thank heaven you're here. Ikara, the witch, she's been taken. Immaculates, they're everywhere.
Wait, with the cove? You're not the one who spoke to me from the puddles, though, right? Ryzax. Why is Ikara connected to this imp figure? Take a moment to breathe, my friend. What is it you're trying to say?
Ikara, she's been kidnapped, taken, carried off by murderers.
I honestly did not expect the Immaculates to be able to do that. Because, I don't know, from what we've heard, I mean, I guess the Immaculates, I mean, there's a lot of them, right? So, I guess even for a very strong sorcerer, facing, I don't know, 20, 30 targets is still going to be pretty problematic, because I thought that Ikara was, I mean, obviously, in terms of the story and whatnot, you maybe can't really go purely off of the levels that NPCs have, right? But because Leandra is level 20, I thought that Ikara would be at least close to that, right? Tell me what you know.
That much I know for sure. She's been plotting her revenge for years now. I told Ikara, but she wouldn't believe it.
Wait, why wouldn't she believe it? Also, okay, I guess if it was Leandra who actually kidnapped her, then that would make more sense.
And now look! The grotto's overrun with murderers! Ikara's been kidnapped! And gods know what else the Andrews planning!
Okay, calm down. Who are you running from, Sarim?
Haven't you had to look around? This place is infested with immaculates. They just as soon slit my throat as blow their noses. Yours too, you know.
And how are you so sure that Ikara has been kidnapped by her sister?
Two reasons. Two very terrible reasons. Don't you know? These immaculates aren't to Leandra alone. The conduit, my honey. Second, Leandra's had it out for Ikara for 2 long years. When she left here, she was a hate machine. Eyes blazing, steam coming from her nose. Almost.
Wait, Leandra was? What do you know about Ikara and Leandra?
Why, I lived among them both for years. Leandra and I never quite took to one another, but Ikara is my protector, my friend.
Wait, that's very interesting, though. I thought up until this point that Ikara and Leandra were sort of separated for a very long time. They were, like, working towards completely different goals, yet now it seems as if they were actually a lot closer than I thought, or at least, I mean, if they lived together, or something like that. Huh.
Some years ago, a wizard came to join them here. Sandalore. He and Ikara fell in love, which drove Leandra Betsy.
Oh. Wait, really? So her jealousy is what brought all this upon the world?
She stormed away and disappeared for 2 long years. As far as I know, she never said word one to her sister or Sandalore during all that time.
Never said word one? Not one word? That... Okay. How did you come to live here?
Ikara! Oh, dear Ikara! Oh, she protected me when no one else would. She cared for any who asked. Dear, wonderful Ikara! I escaped to a grotto from Iberheim. Oh, a terrible place. Oh, I get the shivers just thinking about it.
We were actually already there in Heiberheim, right? That's where the well transported us to.
I begged her for asylum, and she agreed before I'd even finished my plea. Oh, dear Ikara.
Somehow I feel like Heiberheim might be the last place that we're going to, right? Where the game will end. Tell me about Heiberheim.
Slaughterized, torture, enslavement. A terrible place for all, but for an imp, there is no worse hell. Hundreds of my brothers toil there still, building the king's mazes and prisons.
Kings?
I'm the only one who managed a way out. Poor lost brothers.
The king of Heiberheim? Or is that some sort of other, like, sorcerer king or something?
And that is just where they've taken her, Source Hunter.
Oh.
They've taken Ikara to that frigid abyss.
Okay. That's... I thought Ikara would still be here, right? Oh. Well, then we have a reason to go there beyond just the well. And how can we find Hybrine?
Will you go then? Will you find her? Oh, good. Oh, wonderful. To the lake then, friend. The lake. It can be used for rift travel between this realm and that. That's where they took her. That's where you must go.
Oh. There's much more to the... Is it going to transport us to Hyberheim right away, though? Because I thought we'd probably go back to Silverglen first and do, like, a bunch of stuff around here and then go there. I mean, maybe that's how it's going to go. Maybe there's some sort of magical... whatever that we need to do before we can activate the transport again, right? I must go and so must you. It isn't safe here.
You're telling me? Please, Source Hunter, you must find Ikara. If you claim to fight for order and good, there's no one else you'd sooner save.
And he's hopping off. Find the witch. We met an imp in the caves that sprawl beneath Ikara's cabin. He told us Ikara had been kidnapped by Leandra and her immaculate cronies. After the kidnappers. Mr. Rat!
If you plan on taking out these chiromaniacs, a word of...
Oh, okay. Wait, is that the same rat I was already talking to? Okay.
There's nothing of interest here. Please hurry to the lake. I haven't much time left now.
Wait, really? I feel like this might be where Ikara's hidden chest is. Blessed Earth Skillbook. Oh, hello. Oh, really? Too much to carry. Well, we're very close to this encounter anyways, right? Okay, who have we here? We have a cleric, a corpse, a ranger, and Velena. Or Velana? This is probably where the lake is. So I only see 3 people. I guess it's as good a point as any to go through my inventory and sort this out. There really was a lot more stuff here than I expected there to be. Mug of beer, pear, mashed potatoes. Let's consume that. I don't know the effects of that. Centillion, some more air resistance. I can sell those. Healing potion. I have a lot of healing potions. Holy shit. Water resistance. Earth tongue. Okay, let's see. Avatar of Storms. Make a target immune to being electrified and stunned. I should probably do that a lot more with Medora, for example. Air shields. What else do we have? Air elemental, midnight oil, magical poison dart. I should probably use that a lot more as well. Earth elemental, I might actually send those to Lillian. The spider I'm gonna keep. Firefly, Lillian can have that. Tree poisoning charm, resurrection, silence, cleansing water. What was this again? Oh, right, okay. Water of life. Ice wall. It's another thing that I forgot that I had. Immune to being frozen. Explosive. Oh, I got a bunch of arrows. Sent that to Medora. Oh, hello! Wait, I can just send stuff to my homestead now? Oh, that's awesome! So every time, for example, if I know that I've dealt with a quest and I want to just get rid of that quest item but don't want to throw it away, I can just... Oh, that is awesome! I didn't realize that was going to be a thing. That's pretty cool. Okay, Blessed Earth. Bless allies around you. That's an adept geomancer spell. I don't know whether or not Lillian could learn that. Probably not, right? Sell that. Let's identify this. Leadership HP, 10% chance to set slowed status for 1 turn. Unlock skill, Boulder Bash. Means I can definitely sell these things, right? Gonna have to take a look at that. I do need to make sure that Lillian doesn't get overwhelmed with all the stuff she needs to carry. Well, that's the bow that I didn't want to use, right? But I can still craft a bunch of stuff as well, so... 7 level 10 earth ones. And gonna take a look at those ones here in a second. HP. I can definitely get... Oh, well, then again, in terms of the armor... Oh, see, Lillian is overburdened. Is there anything... I think I'm pretty sure I looked at most of these things, right? Bunch of leather boots. These are unidentified. Strong mail braces. Okay. So I think... Well, I want to take a look at the wands and Medora's feet and weapon. And then craft a bunch of stuff. A lot of stuff, potentially. Oh, why did I pick up this stuff? The closet key, I'm pretty sure I already used. Rare element for which any jeweler would like to pay. Okay. That's for selling. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Wait, how do I use it? Combine, hold, throw. Wait, how do you actually utilize the scope, though? Because I thought that you'd just be able to, I don't know, right-click and then use, and it would... Wait, can you... Item. Oop. See. Wait, is it just that... No, I can't actually do anything with it. That is very strange. Very strange indeed. Okay, let's take a look at the new sword that I got. This one, right? Okay, so am I seeing that right? Brachus's two-hand axe is actually a lot heavier, right? So she's actually not able... Oh, it gives +1 strength, though. Well, the Claimer of the Master has plus HP, can set slowed status, unlocks Boulder Bash. Wait, let me take a look at... So her current movement is 2.38. And if I equip the sword, it is 2.56. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And also, her having Boulder Bash as well, I mean, that makes things even crazier, right? Because that means she has another ranged attack that can also create oil and smoke and fire. That's pretty crazy. I like that. Let's see. Fire resistance, air resistance. Probably good to have that at this point. As much as I'd like to have the initiative, but... Don't know why the color's this weird, but... Oh well. Okay. Perfect. And then in terms of Lillian... This is level 10, level 7, level 9. So the level 10 wand has 42 to 70. Allows you to cast magical poison dart. Well, she already knows that. Well, what I'm thinking about here is that 42 to 70. Let's see. If I equip that wand on my main char, well, the fire one's better anyways, right? I think. So 42 to 70, 47 to 78, yeah. And then the other one. 43 to 72. So they're better anyways. Let's not swap these over. Let's go to crafting. Oh, Tormented Skull. With anything. See, so you can use those to craft. I just don't know whether or not I want to use my own weapons for that. Like, do they just flat out increase their damage or something? Or what does it actually do? Just want to make sure that I'm not forgetting any sort of combination. Though I'm not quite sure whether or not I actually learned something new. I mean, the whetstone wheel, right? The whetstone wheel also just flat out gives you a better weapon. So I don't know if those Tormented Skull things would do that as well. I mean, you'd kind of think they would do that. I guess I could try, right? Anyways, let's craft the stuff that the stuff that I know how to do. Craft a bunch of healing potions. Poison bottle. These can create poison arrows, right? Not that I really need it, but they're definitely more beneficial than other stuff, I think. Grenades I can't. Don't have any arrowheads either. I don't know if is the armor actually going to be heavier than what I currently have? 9 dinner. Orange juice. Pumpkin soup. Bone dust. Stardust. Steel bar. Are the steel bars actually... Wait, so iron ore weighs 10 per piece. Her inventory is a mess. And that's 0.2. Wait, so technically... I don't know if the silver ore... If I ever created a, what's it called? I don't know if I ever created a, what am I looking for? A silver bar anywhere. I did, okay. Perfect. I could go for steel bars, but that doesn't really, do much. I guess, in order to find out what these tormented soul things do, let's try to combine... do you think it would work with ones as well? Most likely not, right? I don't know, let's just try... So what is this doing? +1 leadership, 10% chances at burning status for 2 turns. Theory, this should work, right? Oh, okay. Need more crafting for that. Oh, I should have expected that. I'm not going to do that now then, because I don't want to stand around here crafting a billion years. Let's double check my inventory. So 8 iron bars only weigh 1.6 instead of the 10 per... I mean, I guess logically speaking that makes sense, because technically you're extracting the iron from the ore, right? So the stuff that remains is obviously much less than what you had initially. But that being said, especially in this particular case, let's actually consume this. Especially in this particular case, it's just sort of strange because, well, the reduction in weight is a lot, and then also we're technically not standing next to an oven, right? I'm still, you know, I still feel that I'm just missing way too much stuff. For some reason. What does she have that weighs so much? I suppose all of the weapons and stuff, right? Well, let's move the dinner over to Medora. What did this do? Poison resistance. I think Mainshaw still has some of those, right? So let's move those over as well. Let's move those over. I have so much stuff, yet I still can't really combine most of it, I feel like. I'm still missing, especially what I can do with, like, empty canisters and these orbs, and I don't know, I feel like I'm missing so much there. Wait, do you think you can combine these with like a healing potion or something? No. I thought that might create those holy hand grenades, but apparently they're not. I think I'm also out of arrowheads, right? Yeah. I still don't know how to make that magical ink stuff. Can I do something with this? No. Ink pot and quill. This is not going to create anything either, right? No. I feel like the game really isn't giving you that many hints towards what you can craft. That's... oh well. Let's just move a bunch of stuff that weighs a lot back to my main character, like this one. I guess all the swords, right? Three, and an axe. Okay, that works. Okay, well... yeah, I don't know, some of the fundamental things I feel like I'm still missing in terms of crafting, and I don't really understand why, because I feel like, especially being able to like craft your own scrolls and stuff, right, would be something that you'd learn somewhat soonish. Okay, autosave. This might be another encounter where I just want to go in and talk to them, right, because usually it has like additional dialogue.
Arthurius.
Yeah.
What have we here? It seems you failed to sniff out one of the witch's little friends. Luckily for us, the fox knew better than to hide from the hound.
What are you doing? Wait, I'm no friend of the witch, I'm a source hunter.
A source hunter? Even worse than cauldron-stirring scum. Won't rest until you see the world rid of the essence of the divine, will you?
Hell, only you're divine, really.
You say you are no friend to the witch, yet like her you would dare to obstruct the conduit's purpose. Two rotten stalks upon the same plant, it seems, determined to spoil the roots.
What are you doing here?
That's immaculate business, and none of yours. Though I'd think that, taking a peek at this sad little cave, you'd have guessed.
Where have you taken the White Witch?
might as well be the 5th dimension for all the good that information will do you. The mountains will sing and the rivers wail before the witch will be released.
How can somebody talk so much and yet only spew forth bullshit? Guess we're gonna kill you.
Will you now?
Oh,
well, that is certainly news. You see, I believe Arthurius has gotten your scent. Isn't that right, boy? Yes, there's nothing he savors quite so much as the flesh of a cornered lost one.
I was gonna say, aren't you the cornered one? You're standing in the corner, literally. But then again, perhaps, like, behind her there's this weird... I don't really know what it is, really? Some sort of tunnel connection, lake connection, so...
Arthurius, attack!
Let's see what she does. Ooh, tries to petrify me. Okay. Well then, this is gonna be interesting. Oh, he's level 11 as well. The other guy's a level 10 though, right? Pretty sure, yeah. Illusionist? Huh. Why are they wearing white? Oh, there's another guy back here as well. Oh, he'll have to move to us then. Well, I don't know if they're susceptible to being burned, but I'd imagine they are. Except for the dog might not be. But let's... Oh. Thankfully they provide me with a flame, huh? Seriously. How? Are you kidding me? Ooh, that was a lot of damage. Well, I could slow down the dog, or I could do that on their daughter. Okay, she's actually too far away to hit these three. Thankfully my main char is still going, so he can potentially burn him. Let's actually take a look at this. So he's weak to fire, that's good. He doesn't have... So he's not undead, not a zombie. Let's take a look at her. She's got... Wait, how much? 800 HP. That's actually not that much. That's less than the weird summon I had in front of the hut, right? And she has... Okay, she is quite resistant to poison and water. That's about it. So let's attack the dog with this thing, because that should deal a lot of damage. Ooh, hit the illusionist as well. Nice. Well, he's also already poisoned, so he's not going to be a problem, I think. Do I want to... I could try poisoning the dog as well. That would deal even more damage if I burn him. Would burn the ground and everything. I could charm him, but I don't think that's gonna work too well. So let's do this. Nice. And let's just burn a bunch of stuff, shall we? Holy shit. Dog's already almost dead. I could hasten somebody, or... Oh, there's smoke there. Well, I can't hit that guy, so... Let's hasten Berdotta, because she also has the Oath of Desecration on her. Where the hell is she trying to move? Oh, hello. What's that going to be? Freezing failed. Ugh, I'm standing in ice now, though. Shock attack? Some sort of buff? Okay. That's so cool that she has this now. And it's even got unlimited uses. Well, it does cost 7 AP for her, though. You think she can... she might be able to get frozen if I... Yeah... Knock him down. Probably want to knock her down, though, right? What does she have on her? Elemental absorption. Oh, okay. Well, as long as I don't move, the ice is technically not doing anything to me, right? Let's encourage first. That'll also heal a little bit, and then I can crushing fist the ranger. Perfect. Oh, it can... Ooh, that was quite a bit more damage than I thought it would be. I definitely need to heal that. Oh, wait, the dog died already. How did that happen? Wait, how was he able to attack twice but then died? I don't think I need to fortify. Let's maybe slow her. Of course that failed. Wait, what kind of stats does she have? Let's see, bodybuilding 3, willpower 4. That's quite a lot, right? Bleeding, crippled, blinded, infected, and drunk. Wait, it doesn't do anything against poison? What is against poison? Or did I... Those guys are taking a pretty big detour. Should we try just poisoning her? Might also blow up because of the fire around her, right? Yeah, it does. Oh! Huh? The knockdown next to... Oh, that was quite good. The only exception that now they're out of my reach because I can't see him. Well, I could do that, I guess. That should still hit them, right? Yeah. Perfect. Alright, and I... Well, I could also create... I could, for change, I could actually use one of my scrolls, but... I should probably heal myself first. Let's see. It should be enough, though. I can't summon in one of the elementals, though. I might wanna... Ah, right, I can't see them, right? Immaculate Illusion. Wait, I can just do that on him, right? Yeah, sure. He's just gonna die now, probably, right? Or maybe not? Wait. What the hell did he do? Or she, rather. Oh, she healed the blindness, I think. Okay. Still taking poison damage, though. Okay, I think that only removed the haste, though, right? I think. Pretty sure? Hmm. Should I do that? I don't know if that's going to... they're just a bit too far away. Well, I could hit these two as well. Might be more beneficial, all things considered. Sure, since I already have it. Bonk. Oh, what the hell was that? How did that not burn? Holy shit. I got pretty lucky there, to be honest. What did she do? Oh, that's an earth shield. Okay. Shielded against earth damage. Man, these poor guys, right? Or girls. They, like, knocked down for 2 turns, poisoned for 2 turns, burning for 2 turns, literally laying in a sea of fire, right? Okay, should I summon in the spider over here? Yeah, let's do that. Can I do anything else? Not really. I could heal, but I think that's unnecessary at this point. I mean, she's almost dead as well. And I have the forking arrow. Should hit quite a few. Well, if I attack this guy with that, would it fork off to the other? It should. Yeah, it does. I guess I'm just gonna kill her, right? Boom! That was a lot of stuff. Oh, well that was incredibly intelligent, my dear. Well, they have the same randomness on that as I do, right? I suppose. So, instead of actually hitting, I think she was trying to hit just the spider, but she just threw a little bit to the left, because that's how that works. And the spider didn't even get frozen, she did, though. Though, I don't think the spider will be able to move. I could move her, but... with all the frozen ground and whatnot going on...
I strike from soul of air.
Knockdown failed, knockdown failed. What's she doing? Oh. Hooked her up, I guess? Oh, so she... wait. She chose to run through the fire rather than run through the ice? That... oh, she wanted to try to get to the spider, I get it. That's still somewhat of a weird decision, though, I would say. I mean, the spider's... immune to poison to poison anyways. It wouldn't be immune to the explosion though. Well, that guy's dead anyways. Should I just try going there? I mean, I might be knocked down, I might be frozen, I might get burned. I don't know, but I also don't want to stay here. Oh, did it actually? I think do you think the frozen ground might have prevented her from, or, well, not prevented her from being burned, but it might have, healed her? Wait, what's that lying on the ground there? Oh. That's a grenade. I guess I would blow that up, right? So better not do it, I guess. Where the hell is the spider going? Why did you move so much? Was it... That was weird.
Sweet relief.
Well, let's just get rid of that guy. Are you fucking serious? Why do I always accidentally stun Medora? How does that look? That's ice! Why is the ice melting from a lightning arrow?
Your death is at hand.
Strange. Well, the cleric can't do much, so... Well, now the spider's burning again. Are you kidding me? Does it really have to go all the way? I guess because... Oh, well. It burned and then fell down. Poor little spider. Okay, well that was easy. A weak voice addresses you. It seems to emanate from the lake's depths. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be, to be honest. Especially the... whatever her name was? V... Foul something? B something? She wasn't nearly as capable as I thought she would be. I don't know, I expected her to do, I don't know, some crazy shit. Well, I mean, freezing the ground beneath me was certainly somewhat unexpected, but it doesn't really concern me because I don't have to move, right? They literally moved towards me. The fact that the other two, like, moved behind the stone didn't really do much because they didn't know how. The dog got burned and poisoned and exploded, and because of that, it, you know, just straight up, you know, went nuts. So, yeah.
By the morning mist, you've made it. Time is short, Source Hunter. You must come. I must tell you, the Guardian is here. Here, in this strange plane.
Also, another thing that I find quite strange in terms of, like, choices they made of how the game renders stuff. It's not a big deal at all. I find it curious that that's what they went with. And what I'm talking about here is the way the game works, basically, is that it does render your surroundings and the environment normally, right? But especially interactable stuff, but also cave entrances, everything that you can either interact with or that is in some form important, right? Those you can only see if your characters are close enough, right? Basically only see if it's within your sight. And that is pretty awesome because that way, you know, things like important things that you can interact with, especially also environmental traps, but also enemies, all that neat stuff, right, is basically hidden from view until you get closer, right? Until your characters would be, you know, perceptive enough to actually see what's going on. And I do appreciate that very much, especially in terms of cave entrances, for example. That's pretty cool. It does, however, lead to some weird situations where I think in this particular case, the game considers this water to be special because it's connected to this NPC. Maybe the water itself even counts as the NPC. Something like that is going on here, right? And because of that, if you just pan your camera over to this place, but your character still being pretty far away, it just doesn't render the water, but it renders the ground beneath it. And it just looks like a very, very strange cave. And I was sort of going, well, you know, in my head, I thought, well, this looks kind of weird. Almost looked like, I don't know, well, I mean, they were talking about it being a portal to another realm or to Hyberheim or whatever, right? So I thought that maybe that's why the cave looked weird. Well, now that got answered, it looked weird because it was the ground of a lake, right? And it wasn't necessarily meant to be seen because normally there's a water surface on top of it. And the strange part here being that the water is also, you can see it on the map as well, right? So there's just some inherent strangeness in terms of how they decided to render this. And I wish that they would have maybe inserted additional objects. So for example, with the beach, right, where I fought the orcs, you can't actually see the entrance of the cave, though arguably it's very, very obvious where it is, right? But you can't be 100% certain that there is a cave even there, right? The quest is telling you about it, but you don't necessarily specifically know if it's really there. So what I would have liked them to do here is to just put something else there instead, right? Let the game render something that just looks like a normal stone / mountainside or whatever, right? These things that are supposed to be hidden from view because you can't interact with them yet because you aren't close enough, they're still very, very obvious most of the time, and therefore it just looks very strange if you pan your camera over and it just sort of doesn't render correctly. Not because it's rendering incorrectly from a technical basis, but because it's rendering incorrectly because that's how they decided to develop or to program the game, right? It's just sort of it's not a big deal at all. It's probably not worth the time to put into to actually fix. But I do wish that they would have done it slightly different. I think the worst thing about it is just that it's slightly immersion breaking. Though then again, arguably the ability to pan your camera away very far from your characters in and of itself is kind of... Maybe that's the more problematic thing, right? Maybe you shouldn't be able to... Either you shouldn't be able to pan your camera so far away, or if you do that, they should maybe lay a bit more of a sort of dark cloud layer or something like that on top of everything, right? So that you're not actually able to see all that well. Like, you could still be able to make out structures or maybe some sort of main road or something or a city, but you wouldn't be able to make out individual details, like whether or not the ground is sand or stone, something like that, right? So make it a lot more obfuscated than what it is. That way they could have prevented these weird loading issues as well. But it's really not a big deal, all things considered.
Friend to the White Witch. But we peaceful souls were attacked, chased, and she was dragged into this strange dimension. Part of fairy, it must be. I came to find her, but it's too late.
I was wondering, right? For a second there, I sort of thought that, especially with how special this cave seems to be, I thought that maybe this was purposefully set up as a way to let Ikara be able to potentially travel between realms or something. But maybe that's not exactly what it is. Maybe she is, maybe she's sort of, well, maybe she tried to set this up as some sort of portal to other dimensions, but it was never really used as that, and now it was used, but in a malicious way. What is this so-called fairy realm? Also, is Hyberheim part of the Fey? I want to say Feywilds because of Critical Role. I don't know what the proper name would be in D&D terms. Fairy realm?
Cold, yet deathly fires blaze. You must come. It seems changed, corrupted. The elements in turmoil. This was once a place called Hyberheim, but something is happening here.
That doesn't sound good. What do you know about the White Witch?
I will reveal all. You must come, please, Source Hunter.
I feel like this Hyberheim might be a bit too tough for us at this point. How can I enter the so-called fairy dimension?
The cultist who captured her. They had some kind of spell. It turned this very lake into a rift leading into this realm.
Okay. So I need to find some sort of scroll or something.
As good as a new penny.
Stop walking around. I want to talk to you.
Hold on now, comrade. We can't well dive headlong into a magical lake rift without having the faintest idea about what awaits on the other side. A mysterious voice hardly counts as credible.
Well, I mean, technically we've already entered Hyberheim through a magical well. That, while, you know, seeming very friendly on the outside, could have very well, also been some sort of nefarious being, so... Yeah, I don't know. Well, the reason why I'm slightly on the fence about this, I do trust the voice to take us to Hyberheim. Question obviously being, is it with good or bad intentions, or rather, not with good or bad. I think the intentions are kind of neutral in this case, right? She might want us to help Ikara, but she's also not necessarily on our side, usually, or wouldn't usually be on our side, I guess. So, I don't know where we would end up, right? Also, even the voice in the lake didn't necessarily seem to know how they properly did it, right? So we wouldn't necessarily be able to control where we ended up, or something like that, so...
I say there's no good to come from putting such faith in a magical curiosity.
A line of work comes with the occasional faithful dive into the unknown, nothing to be done about it. Now that you mention it, it does seem rather foolish to heed the call of a disembodied voice within a known sorcerer's grotto. Once again, the options that are being presented here both seem somewhat correct. I would say that yes, number 2 is certainly true. But at the same time, if we want to actually, find out what the hell is going on here, we still might have to do it, right? I mean, there isn't really any way to prevent that from happening necessarily. I don't know. Let's go with the first one. I like that a little bit more than the second. So Santa's lot indeed. Someone's got to jump into the mysterious lake rifts of the world and Riverland has chosen us. Perhaps not, but we can at least regard such moments with wary circumspection. Yeah, let's disagree with both characters. It makes the most sense here.
One wants to wander into the unknown, blithe as a toddler, and the other finds some wisdom in old Medora's cautiousness, it seems. In this case, comrade, the discussion solves the better part of the problem. If there be sorcerers waiting for us on the other side of this rift, I say we prepare to meet them with swords blazing, bows loaded, and all your flashy, washy, magic-y stun-a-go at the ready.
Correct. I mean, that's kind of what I was trying to say here, right? I mean, we should, or maybe have to go into whatever this rift is, but at the same time, we should also be definitely ready to deal with whatever comes at us on the other side. Impaler, two-handed weapon.
This is valuable.
Actually get another new two-handed weapon. Is there, wait, Enlightened Amulet, Valenus Orders. That might seem like an important thing. Ooh, that is such a... Okay, the cultist spell, I think that's what we need in order to go on, right? Though once again, I'm wondering, there's like a corpse that's lying there as well, right? So, kind of wondering what this thing's doing here.
Did someone leave an oven door open?
Did he get killed by them or something?
Toasty.
It still seems to be quite strange to me that we would just enter Heiberheim now. I don't know. Well, just like with the quest with the well, I guess it might not be necessarily a permanent thing, right? We might be we might have to, I don't really know, might have to, or maybe we can only go there briefly, because at the end of the day, if Leandra is the one who actually took Ikara with her, at this moment in time we still can't take on Leandra, right? So maybe we're gonna go there, realize that we can't really do anything yet, and then we're gonna go back and try to find something to help us or something like that. The Lady in the Lake. The Lady in the Lake turns out to be Almina, a friend of Ikara, who besieged us to travel to the realm of Heiberheim by using a spell Leandra's Immaculates were carrying. By way of the lake, the spell can activate a rift to Heiberheim. Find the witch. The voice in the water belongs to Almina, a friend of Ikara's. She told us that Ikara was taken into another dimension called Heiberheim. If we're to find them both, we must travel there too. Well, arguably one reason why we can sort of believe what's happening here is because the imp actually ran away, right? And I don't know, that would be kind of a weird setup if it was done on, like, for I don't know, weird reasons. Okay, what does this thing do? The Impaler. Two-handed, 117 to 189 piercing. +1 speed, +1 willpower, 10% chances at burning status for 2 turns. Oh, that's level 11. Requires strength 11. Okay, so I guess Medora can't use that yet anyways. Strength 10. Cultist spell. Well, I might want to take a look at Medora's stuff, though. I mean, I just gave her new boots, but these might be a lot stronger. Oh, this is also level 11. Well, I guess I have a 1 to give to Lillian as soon as I get to 11. Let's see, Medora, equipment. Well, it's literally a better version of the same thing, right? With the only difference being that it reduces her movement further, but it should be fine. And then these are new as well. 40 instead of 28, that's pretty good. And plus HP. Let's take a look at, what is this? Armor piercing grenade. What does it even do? Releases shards that do 68 to 112 piercing damage and that may break armor in a radius of 5 meters. 75% chance to set lowered armor for 3 turns. Okay. Balana's orders. Read. You've been entrusted with a tremendous responsibility, Valana, and neither I nor the conduit will stand for its being executed less than perfectly. Who wrote this? You have charge of the Rift Runner, which means the responsibility is both his and yours for closing the rift as soon as the last Immaculate has left Hyberheim. Take care that this spell does not fall into the wrong hands. Mistakes will cost you more than a rap on the hand. Signed, Lady Attenborough. Through blood her power flows, through blood her triumph grows. Attenborough, okay. Well, she's already dead, so she can't be punished anymore for losing that spell to us. Before I do anything else, let me really quickly take a look over my stuff and at least repair the weapons. That's the by far most important thing. Okay. It's actually kind of... That's always an issue with games that have equipment that is so level-based, right? Because the fact that Brachus Rex is one of the strongest sort of things, reincarnations that we know, and we literally get his axe, but it's just quote-unquote level 9, right? And as soon as you get a level 10 weapon, here you go, right? You have a better one, and you're gonna exchange it. So, I don't know. I don't know, you know, that being said, I don't know whether or not this game, maybe later on, has something that allows you to potentially increase the level of unique weapons. I don't know if that's a thing. I kind of don't really expect it to be. But honestly, I do slightly wonder why unique weapons are a thing to begin with, because it seems somewhat pointless if they're not actually significantly stronger than the rest, right? I think at least what they should have done is if you get like a level 9 weapon, it should be equivalent to maybe a level 9 unique weapon, that is, right? It should be equivalent to something like a level 12 normal weapon, right? Just so that you have a little bit of room and time to play with it before you just replace it with some sort of random weapon that you found in a random chest somewhere, right? So I wish they would have done that slightly differently, but well, that being said, it's really not a big deal at all. Well then, let's try out the spell, huh? Rifts of the multiverses, sing to me. Your voices I conduct into melodies yet unheard, weaving new pathways between worlds. From within this enchanted parchment, I call to thee.
The spell has worked. But how can
Has
we be
it?
sure we're not walking into an ambush?
We've made it this far. I doubt whatever lies beyond that rift can stop us now.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. But yeah, that's why we didn't see, because this is like the lake does count as an interactable object, right? So that's why it didn't spawn in from further away. Yeah. Somewhat of a strange choice, but oh well. Oh boy, I really didn't expect to get back to Hyberheim quite so early. And I especially didn't expect to not go to Silverglen? Let's see where this takes us. Oh. Ooh. We can go back though if we wanted to. Hyberheim. Ah! So we're actually somewhat close to where we were when we dealt with the well. I wonder how dangerous this place is.
Quite the chill about this place, isn't there?
Think warm thoughts. Sorcerer's blood, a well-cast fire spell, and a mug of glow wine when we're through with this mission.
Oh, yeah, thankfully we're able to produce quite a lot of fire. Also, funnily enough, at least here in this cave, it doesn't actually look too cold. We have arrived in Hyberheim, the realm into which Ikara was taken by her sister Leandra. This is unexplored territory for us, but perhaps, should we be able to locate the White Witch's friend Elmina, we'll be able to learn more.
Come to me.
First chatty puddles, and now besieging flames?
This Elmina must be an elementalist.
Huh.
You're setting down the wrong path, Source Hunter. The other way.
Yeah, no shit. I just wanna... Why is she so adamant about constantly making me aware of going the wrong way? She did the same thing when we, like, ventured off that side path before we actually got to the lake part, or the rift part. Just because I wanted to grab the chest that was standing there. Huh. This does look quite mysterious. This cave seems to be somewhat big. From one cave to the next. As always, the game does, you know, continue to surprise me quite a lot. I wonder what we would be able to find here in this cave, though.
Yes! Through this door! Quickly! I haven't much time left.
Oh, hello. So do we have to go through there very quickly? That how it works? Oh, hello? This is quite the mysterious cave, right? It's sort of really, really quiet. Yet it also seems like there is a lot to discover here. Oh, wait a second. Do we have to... Ah, yeah, okay. We have to stand on the thing.
Continue forth, Source Hunter. You're nearly there.
Oh. What the what the fuck? Mecha Rodent Beta. What is going on? So they have dynamite strapped to their back. That's definitely not good. Let me move back a little bit and hope that whatever explosion I can produce by hitting them does not hit me.
Slide and slither.
Emergency sentinel duty engaged.
The question being, when do they blow up? Do I want to... Let's put a fire shield on myself, actually.
I can take you all on.
It's interesting that they're immune to being burned. Why the fuck are there mechanical rats here? The fuck is going on?
Termination procedure in progress.
They're very slow, though. You'd think that, like, a mechanical rat would be... Well, that did kill Lillian. It certainly didn't work the way I thought it would. I don't know. Like, I think maybe I should have used explosive arrows on them? Probably, right?
Ascension time! Hey, my friends!
Are they susceptible to stun themselves, though? Yeah, they are. Really? Too far away? I make myself invisible or something? No, what? Let's just heal. Where the hell are you going? What's that?
We've come too far to lose to such foes.
I'd want to do that. I mean, the other one's very far away, so... Sentinel shutting down? Let's hasten her.
Let's speed things up.
Well, she'd have to move through fire, right? Oh, that was bad. I forgot that that creates the forgot that it creates smoke. So now I can't see my target again. Ah, well, let's. I can't summon in the spider either. You know what? Let's just cast rain.
I prefer to drown my sorrows with ale.
Still can't see the target though. She's still being healed, right? That does deal fire damage. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay, they're immune to poison as well. Good to know. Well, at least now I can see it again. Wait, where did you come from? Why is there another one? Oh, there's even more. Well, that's gonna be an issue if they can also explode. How? Oh, I guess it's bugging through the ground, yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. Did not see that. Oh, wait, that's 2 though. This will cost me 3, right? Yeah, let's not do it then. What the hell is going on here? That they're mechanical rats. Okay, as long as the small ones don't ignite, it seems like they can't actually do anything.
As good as the news
So I pretty much did the exact wrong thing in order to deal with them, is that correct? Let's slow down one of the bigger ones. Immune to slow. Oh, they're immune to a bunch of stuff, it seems. Oh, they leak oil as well. Wait. I should heal Lillian. Can I reach the small one? Oh, of course I can't.
Sentinel, shutting down.
I think I actually got quite a bit less experience than I would have gotten if they hadn't blown up, right? Okay.
Sentinel, shutting down.
Brr, brr. Where the hell are you running? Why do they run so much? Oh, right, I still have my spider here. Thought it was going to be burning, potentially, but seems like it worked out. Do I want to fortify Medora? Oh, well, to be honest at this point, shouldn't be too difficult to take out the last two. See, now apparently I can hit it for some reason. Even though my arrow seems to be literally going through the stone. Taken out, shutting down, near Brr. Wait, they're immune to burning, but they're also healing from it? That's quite strange, to be honest. Okay, well that didn't work. Oh, well, the chest can't burn anyways, right? Where the hell is that thing running? Is it trying to, like, call on his friends or something? Really? Of course. Well, that's annoying. Thing is very far away. Nope. I guess I have to turn my stance off. At least things aren't stunned anymore. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot that it's actually... Of course. I completely forgot that it's actually raining. Maybe that's why the... what are they called? Maybe that's why the small ones didn't explode? Because they... Wait, how much is this? 6 AP... 7 AP. Maybe because they... They just weren't able to... Let's see if this works. Nice. Well, did require one resurrection scroll, which I think is a little bit unfortunate, but...
Bless the seven! I am restored!
I guess it worked out in the end, and I leveled up as well. So... Well, the thing is, my line of thinking was, right, that the small ones with the dynamite attached to them would blow up immediately, right? That was my line of thinking. I thought that, oh, they have dynamite attached to them. That should blow up as soon as it lights up, right? As soon as it gets in contact with fire. And I still think that that's how it should have worked. So I feel like I was kind of cheated there a little bit. Because the thing is also that the game pretty much established at this point that like the walking bombs that I encountered as well already, right? The small that are so laughing maniacally sometimes. They're also what's the word? They're also usually... They blow up if they burn, right? If they run through fire, I'm pretty sure they just blow up immediately. So... Well, the thing is with these rats, obviously, if they're immune to fire, like their bodies themselves are immune to fire, I guess it makes a little more sense, but at the same time, the dynamite's literally attached to their back, right? So it should still blow up. It shouldn't... Maybe it shouldn't hurt the rats specifically, but it should still blow up. Anyways, I made it through it. That's all that counts, I guess. It's still very crazy to me, though, that I'm suddenly encountering mechanical rats. Let's just, you know, emphasize that one more time. These were fucking mechanical rats that I just encountered. That is certainly a lot crazier than I thought it would be. Like, or a lot crazy. I just... And this is the Feywild? Or Fairy Realm? Why are there mechanical rats here? How does that work? Or were they put here by somebody else? I mean, that could also be a thing, right? I did level, though. No attribute points, but I got an ability point and a talent. I still think that increasing these doesn't actually do that much. Increasing your base damage isn't bad, obviously, and I think it still translates over. So if you use a skill, right, then I think it still calculates the base damage of that skill off of your base damage of your weapons, right? So if I increase the ability of my dual wielding, it'll give me less penalty on dual wielding once, and therefore my normal skills will also deal more damage. That being said, though, you know, having the ability to just gain more skills comparatively seems like a much better deal. Then again, since I have 3 ability points, I was already thinking about... Well, then again, I could also just... Well... the thing here is, right, dual wielding specifically also talks about reducing the cost of attacking by a certain number of AP. So in theory, right, setting the damage penalty to minus 10% of minus 20% instead of minus 20 should give me 10% more damage. Now, there might be some rounding going on depending on how the game calculates it. It might not actually be 10%, but instead like 9% or something. But it's very, very similar, right? Whether or not I boost my damage by 10% or decrease my damage penalty by 10%. But maybe going to level 4 with dual wielding would reduce my action point cost further, right? So that's why I'm thinking of leveling this up. And at least for now, since, well, I took a look at the pyromancy master skills, right? And there was, I think, one that was available at level 12, and then another one at level 15, and the third one I don't remember. Might have been level 12 as well, or maybe it was also level 15. Point being, that'll still take some time, right? And so I don't know if I want to get Pyrokinetic 4, or I want to save for that. So I think going with the dual wielding in this particular case makes sense. And we actually get a talent point as well. I'm still mad that I used Escape. That is such a useless skill. Oh well. What do you have here? Arrow Recovery, Backstabber. Bigger and Better gives you 1 extra attribute point to spend. Not the worst thing in the world, kind of boring though. It's non-elemental affinity, lowers the action point cost of spells by 1. Oh yeah, when standing on the surface. For Outman, increases the range of spells and scrolls by 2 meters. Honestly, that might be really, really, really good. Having increased range on anything is really pretty good. This is actually a really, really cool talent. I really like that because it's such a hefty trade-off, right? The problem is, by 50% is a lot, right? So the one issue that I have with it is that very often, like, if I think about encounters, I think there are quite a few instances where you do drop slightly below 50% HP, right? If you're not careful. Or rather, it's not even about being careful, but the game does throw situations that you just don't know, right? You don't know what the enemies can do. Even with a good lore master skill, you don't know what they're carrying, right? If they have some sort of weird grenade or weird spell that I don't know yet, stuff like that. So I feel like this is a bit too risky, right? I feel like if I would choose this, I would frequently end up with one dead party member. Especially since being stunned or frozen or stuff like that, in those particular instances, those 4 extra recovery action points don't do anything, right? Otherwise, though, this is crazy good, right? 4 additional action points per turn, right, is absolutely nuts. Though, arguably, you also do have to think about that the spells you use still have cooldowns, right? So, let's say I were to get this with Lillian, she still wouldn't be able to heal more, right? She still would only be able to heal every, 6 turns or something. So in that regard, this particular talent also requires you to have either really, really strong base attack and or a lot of different skills that are useful in a lot of different situations, right? Which I feel like currently, I wouldn't. I don't think that's necessarily a thing. Magician gives you 1 extra use of a 1 skill. That's really bad. With my precious area, you guys, that's really bad. That's really bad. That I don't want that. I already have that on another character. Walk it off reduces the duration of status that have a bodybuilding saving throw by 1 turn. Bodybuilding saving throw. I mean, that's not bad either, but then again, I actually spent... Well, I didn't really spend anything on it, but I do have quite a few skills that... that allow me to heal specific statuses, right, at this point. And then zombie. Problem is there's still a lot of stuff that I can't yet get. You know what? Far Out Man is such a good talent that it'll help me a lot. I probably should have looked at the base damage of some skills, right, in order to compare to whether or not it actually works the way I think it does. So I could increase her base damage as well, but I am still using her more as a support character. That being said, she does very frequently deal damage as well, right? I could go with either Hydrosophist 3 or Witchcraft. Do I currently have skills that I can't cast properly because of that? Ice Shard would be one of them. Geomancer I have already at 3, right? And the Witchcraft staff... I don't have any Witchcraft spells at a higher level. So I could go for a Hydrosophist, in theory, but... I honestly don't know if I want to. Defense, nasty deeds, personality, charisma. Charming, intimidating, and reasoning. That doesn't really come up that often, though. That's maybe one of the smaller criticisms that I really have for the game, is that just it very frequently just straight up ends in combat. And while it's not really a downside or a criticism at all, because I really, really, really enjoy the combat, but it does have this one downside of it feeling like most of these sort of personality skills and even craftsmanship doesn't really matter all that much. I would say, in general, damage and the ability to use a bunch of different skills and whatnot are your best things, right? The best things that you can do. Arguably, a little bit of defense as well. I mean, being able to just resist certain statuses and stuff is obviously also really, really good. And I might want to invest into that a little bit more. But then again, with most of my characters being ranged as well, I don't know how important increasing willpower and whatnot would actually be. Though then again, so this is knockdown, burning, frozen, bleeding, crippled, blinded. I could go with 1 point in Wand and the other in bodybuilding. Technically, that doesn't really make that much sense for Lillian, but at the same time, I mean, if I level further, I'll get more points as well, right? So I don't really have anything, to be honest, at this point that I want to keep points for, except for maybe getting something like Witchcraft to 3 and or 4. But then again, I'm still missing the corresponding skills anyways. Honestly, let's go with Wand and willpower. Let's do that. And then in terms of talents, she already has Far Out Man, right? 2 extra ability. I could actually do that as well to be honest. I don't know if there is a better one. It's a little bit unfortunate that most of these talents are not that great, right? So the best talents, I would say, are the ones that just straight up give you either one more attribute point or another ability point or something like that, right? Which is also another, I guess, slight criticism that this isn't really, you know, something to make your character more unique or to RP in a certain way. Unfortunately, it doesn't have, you know, enough stuff to make that a thing. I would say Glass Cannon, for example, is by far the most interesting one. And the biggest problem is that most of these are just very, very either straight up bad and or just sort of unimportant, right? Like Pack Mule, for example. I mean, why? If carry weight in this game would be like really, really low usually, then it might be, you know, if it would actually be required on at least one character in order to be able to even, you know, take all the loot you can get, that would be a different story. But since it's not required, I don't know. I could take Walk It Off, but you know what? Let's get this one. And what does one more point in speed give me? Whoa. Speed 11 gives you one more AP per turn. Which is kind of dumb since she only has 13 max, but then again, at the same time, I'm usually spending all of her points, right? So let's actually do that, like a really, really speedy magician. I like that. Bedota, what do you have? She has 6 ability points to spend. Are you kidding me? Why did she still have so many? That's pretty crazy. I could just straight... Also, by the way, what's up with Tenebrium? I still haven't seen a single weapon that could actually use this as a damage type, so why would I want to level it? Maybe that's going to come in handy later on or something. Okay, so... well... I haven't seen any Master Marksman skills, so quite honestly, let's just level up Bow more. I mean, that's going to boost my damage by another 10%, which is pretty crazy for her at this point. And I think I'm going to keep her... Actually... oh, that's already a 2. I wonder if there's going to be a point where I need Lawmaster at 4 with either certain items or to be able to discern more information about enemies. Though I can already, with her, right, with Lawmaster at 3, you can already see what I would say is almost everything about enemies. Like, you can even see how much resistance they have against being charmed and stuff, right? You can definitely see all their elemental resistances and affinities and whatnot. So I don't know what else. I mean, maybe you can actually see what skills they have as well, if you increase Lawmaster further. Okay, let's see. Wait, if you were to choose this, all skilled up, I could actually level her marksman skill as well already. Evade attacks of opportunity. That's such a rare thing to occur, right? Immunity to fear. Well, fear is quite a rare thing. I think up until now I've really only seen like 2 bosses or something that we're utilizing fear. That's only spells and scrolls though, so she doesn't need that. Increases attack damage while sneaking. I really don't need that. Makes you farsighted, causing your ranged attacks to be precise at long distances, but inaccurate when your target is close by. Considering that she has the stance, I really don't think she needs this. I mean, in theory, it would allow me to, well, not have to use the stance anymore, right? Which could make it so that she can move more. But then again, especially the range on her basic attacks is already crazy. Like, her range is 5 meters more compared to my other teammates, and technically I think 7 meters compared to most enemies, right? Which makes it so that she can basically always attack first if enemies are out of range, right? And they need to move into her range first compared to vice versa, basically. It's really a shame. There's like at least 6 or 7 skills in here that are really, really bad. Like really completely unnecessary, right? I don't know, Walk It Off. Walk It Off might be something for Medora, to be quite honest. What was it that I wanted to give her? Oh yeah, she's just going to get all skilled up. 2 more ability points. Boom. Because that means that I can already... Let's just put her... Where is it? Her expert marksman at 4. Because at least that way I'm already going to be prepared, right? In case of... in case of finding expert or master marksman skills. This one still feels incredibly bad as well. What did I say? I might want to increase the... Wait, what is doing... Oh, so she already has a 45% chance of resisting either burning, bleeding, crippled, blinded. That's pretty good. I mean, quite honestly, with how often I utilize those things. You know what? Let's get her a talent point first. Honestly. She could also still get all skilled up. Or bigger and better. Those are really the best 2 talents, unfortunately. Then again, Bully, for example, could be pretty good for her. Non-magical attacks by 50% against opponents with slowed, crippled, or knocked down. First of all, I can slow targets, right? It doesn't always work, but I can, in theory. And she herself can cripple and knock down as well. So arguably, she would stand close to either crippled or knocked down enemies quite frequently. And at least it would be something different compared to the talents of all the other ones. Adds a 5-meter distance to grenade throws. That's actually not that bad. It's just comparatively to other talents, not that great. At least it's kind of a cool, unique thing. She does have a lot of grenades on her, right? And I very frequently am annoyed at the small distance you can throw them. But they're so inaccurate, and just with the amount of spells that I have that basically have the same effect, right? Thick skin gives you extra armor equal to your man-at-arms ability plus 5. I mean, I can also go with that still. She is still a tank, right? Yeah, to be honest, let's do that. Let's do that and give her... more bodybuilding. Perfect. Okay. That being said, I actually went a little bit further than I wanted. I kind of, you know, as soon as I went to the Feywild here, I actually wanted to end stream, but I just wanted to take a tiny peek. I thought that maybe we would be able to talk to this Almina girl first, but obviously I was attacked by mechanical rats for some reason. But there's a whole ass cave to explore, and all kinds of other neat stuff, and we're level 11 now as well, which is pretty crazy. I don't know. I mean, I know that technically in terms of playtime, I've already played this game a freaking lot. But somehow in terms of, well, how the story progresses and everything, and especially where we've been so far, right? Considering that I literally just left Seal, more or less. I don't know. I actually feel like level 11 is already quite high, all things considered. But then again, I also don't know how far it actually goes, right? I mean, yes, Leandra's level 20, and Zigzags is level 20. No, he's actually 26 or something, right? Which leads me to believe that maybe at the very end, when we're fighting the Void Dragon or something, we're going to be 25. Though then again, that would be kind of weird, because what are they doing with normal enemies at that point, right? Are the normal enemies then just... Well, I guess it depends on what normal enemies would be, right? That's always, well... It's sort of the slightly less logical part of these kinds of RPGs, right? Is that suddenly all the bandits, like on the roadside and whatnot, are also level appropriate, I would say, because like, in theory it doesn't really make any sense, right? At this point, most quote-unquote normal bandits would probably still be level 6. Most normal orcs would probably still be level 6, right? If you were to go by sort of logical standards. Then again, it would actually be kind of cool. I don't think the game will do that, but it would actually be kind of cool if the game specifically would utilize the level range as well as a somewhat of a storytelling device, right? To make it, well, to kind of show you through the level of enemies who they are, right? So anything higher than level, let's say 9, would be a very special enemy indeed, right? Somebody who is in league with the Immaculates, or otherwise in league with a god or some elemental magic and whatnot, right? Whereas everybody that would be below level 8 or something would just be a normal bandit or something, right? Maybe a very strong person in general, but still just a normal person. And the way they could balance that is by either giving them access to more items, more healing, and or more other stuff, or giving them, I mean, for example, orcs could be close to some sort of totem that grants them like really high resistances, for example. That would be kind of interesting. Or they could literally just throw more enemies at you, right? Though arguably, in this particular case, it wouldn't really work all that well, because most of the encounters throughout the game have already thrown quite a lot of enemies at you. I mean, when we think back to the Pirates in the Cave, one of those encounters, in theory at least, even though not all of them attacked me at once, had like, what was it, 11 enemies or something at once, right? So, if they would have gone that route, they probably would have had to decrease the amount of enemies you fight earlier, and then increase it as time goes on, right? Oh well. But then again, it's really not that big of an issue. Most important part is that the combat is fun, and it's still insanely fun, right? And things like these mechanical rats, they do shake things up quite a lot. I mean, arguably, I'm really, really surprised, honestly, at the sheer amount of enemy variety that they have in the game as well. I didn't necessarily expect it to be quite this extreme as well, because they, like these mechanical rats, they're suddenly completely immune to fire damage. I think they were completely immune to poison damage, but they had 100% weakness against lightning, right? So, or air damage, whatever. So that's actually quite impressive how that is something that so few games, have the guts to do. And I don't know why, because it makes things so much more fun. If you actually have these kinds of resistances in your game, just throw an enemy out there that is 100% resistant against a certain element, right? Whereas a lot of other games sort of shy away from doing that and shy away from really forcing the player to utilize different skills or different, tactics and whatnot. And I really, really enjoyed that about this game. Arguably, it does have that in common with Persona, right? That was one of the biggest things that I really, really enjoyed about Persona 5 as well, is that you really feel like the specific elements actually are actually important, right? And there as well, they throw enemies at you that are just literally immune to a certain element, or even two, right? Or they can even deflect that element back at you. Persona is a whole different story. They do other stuff that I feel like could use some improvements. Enemies in general are just a little bit too weak, but that's another story. Anyways, it was a whole lot of fun doing this. This game continues to be exceptional. I've put 74 hours into it at this point, apparently, and I don't feel even close to being finished, right? In terms of the level range, if we do assume that Leandra is one of the sort of last enemies that you fight, although I do think that there's going to be potentially the Void Dragon as the absolute last boss of the game, I'm sort of a little bit over 50% through, I would say, if I were to purely look at the level. But then again, I don't know if leveling up, at least up until this point, I think leveling up has been quite the linear progress, right, in terms of pure time per level. But that might slow down later on as well, maybe. So, considering all those things, I don't know, right? I mean, there could still be a billion different things that might be happening, or I don't know. I'm really, really looking forward to it, and I guess next time we're going to take a look at not Silver Glen, which I expected us to go there, but instead it seems like we're taking a look at Heiberheim. Though maybe we're going to talk to whatever her name was, and she's going to tell us, well, Ikara is with her sister, so you're not quite strong enough to do that, so maybe do something else first. I don't know. Might be a thing, might be that we still try to at least free Ikara, right? Funnily enough, I actually did have that encounter with Alfie, the troll thing, and the two people that were trying to get to Silver Glen that I'm supposed to be helping as well. So we completely went away from that, right? Which is kind of crazy again, but I don't know. Anyways, it has been a ton of fun, as always. Absolutely incredible. This game is just an absolute treat. It really, really is. If you like RPGs, you have to play this. You have to. Right? It's not as modern as you'd think in terms of being a game from 2014, 2015, right? It does feel a little bit more old school than that, but that's a good thing, right? And while it does have certain quality of life things that I wish they would have done a little bit differently, that might also be due to console things, though I don't know how much time they actually put into the console conversion. And I'm also not quite sure when it actually originally launched on PC, so that might also be another consideration. But anyways, it's an absolute treat. If you like RPGs, play this game. But that's going to be it for now. The next stream is going to be on Sunday. As always, I'm taking Fridays and Saturdays off. And it's going to be more Divinity. So, until then, hope to see you then. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. Until then, bye-bye.